Howdy, howdy, everybody. Welcome to the weekend. What is up? How's it going, Tom? Words. Garmon, Bosia, Nesnakoma, Apolemia, Sashimi Delight. It's a dad joke. Blue Fire, Shorty Plays, Wallaby Jones. How y'all doing? Hey there, hi there, everybody. Quick thank you to Wise Eagle for the Prime sub, as well as Elchi Flow for 19 months, almost to 2 metric years. Raven Like a Dask also with a Tier 1 sub and 6 months. Hello there. Today I want to talk about the Silent. Made a tier list for the defect last week. I think this week it is Silent time. As I feel like we are in a position to speak on matters of silent things. That is, I feel like I can analyze most of these cards. Exclude the multiplayer ones. Dashing 597 with 2 months of support. Just had your first successful clone run with Neurosurge. Heck yeah. And you got the Lost Wisp, so you just did damage for every Neurosurge. That's pretty ridiculous. And yes, the tier list will be up on YouTube. The defect one is going to go back up tomorrow. As it was processed with correct quality this time. And then this one will probably go up on YouTube next week. Seems about right. Want this be rarity, and then... There we go. Right, Acrobatics is dead. Long live Acrobatics. You live here now. Had a harsh lesson today learning that Blade Dance exhausts in Spire 2. And you ended up with no damage in the Knowledge Demon fight. Well, rest in pieces, I guess. Good try. That's tough. That Knowledge Demon is a tough customer. Do I feel like combo piece as a category? I don't think I'm going to use the same categories, actually. Here's the tier list setup that I set up for us. For Silent, her cards are a lot more universally applicable. And so I think I'm just going to go with the standard letter tiers here, A, B, C, and S tier. Because it doesn't feel like Silent has as much of an emphasis on getting specific combos down. A lot of her cards are more broadly applicable, or can be taken just kind of any time. And so I think I'm just gonna go with the letter grade. S for Snakebite. And yeah, the card images, just like last time, the card images, between main branch and beta, some things have changed, and so some of the images are already a little bit outdated. I could use updated images, but then they'd become outdated as soon as something changes again, so I'm not hugely motivated to spend a ton of time tracking down the right images for something that's going to change anyway. I will include a link in the YouTube video for the tier list proper. Yeah, I'll make a fixed link so peeps can see it. I made that mistake last time. I won't do it again. S for Snakebites. That's right. Let's see. Anything to broadly go over? For our tiering philosophy, this is going to be more like a kind of a broad evaluation of like how good / how takeable are cards. Cards in a higher tier are more easily taken a larger percentage of the time, and are more likely to be better in multiples as well. So I think that the S tier cards are cards that are good clone targets, in addition to being extremely splashable. And yeah, I'm gonna be ranking things based on their beta patch evaluation, I think. Which again will become outdated fast, but that's just the nature of making a tier list here during early access, is that it will be instantly invalidated as soon as they change anything. And then the longer time goes on, the more things will be invalidated. We'll do another, like, a revisit once we reach full release, once we know what Act 4 looks like, once we have a reasonable idea of where the cards kind of ended up as. It'll be kind of fun to look back on this and see kind of how the cards used to be in the very early days before everything changed. So why make a tier list if that's the case? Because it's good content, I think. It's a useful resource in the short term, too. There's still lots of people who want to figure out how to get better at the game right now, and that's what the tier list should help people do, ideally. So it's simultaneously a learning resource and a time capsule. So I kind of like it for that reason. And who knows, maybe Megacrit will watch it and they'll decide to nerf all the cards I put in S tier. Probably not, though. Probably not. But yeah, we're actually already starting with we start the very beginning with the divergence here, because Acrobatics would be the first card to get ranked normally, because it's the alphabetically first common, but it's not common anymore as of yesterday. Acrobatics is not common. So rip. Quick, ban the tier list so that they don't nerf the good cards. And yeah, it's just nice to have kind of brief thoughts on every card, consolidated into one. So that's all right. Acrobatics, if you're playing on the beta branch anyway, Acrobatics is no longer a common card. You can see it here. It's now uncommon. Maybe I'll rank it first anyway. Do I hold higher rarity to higher standards? I do hold rare cards to a higher standard, I think. Yeah, I think rare cards are pretty good. And so they have to be compared against the other rare cards usually, because you're usually being offered rare cards as a boss reward when you're seeing them, so you're up against other rare cards. How often do the devs push a beta patch? Typically every Thursday. I don't know if they'll do one every single Thursday during early access, but I think most Thursdays will have one. We have yet to see any kind of release schedule for the main branch patches. I'd actually already thought we would have our first main branch patch by now, but I guess they're still cooking up the Doormaker. They probably won't change anything on the main branch until they're ready to stop changing Doormaker. But who knows how many more months of patches that could be. Our expertise stocks up, maybe. Expertise is a good card. Is it less likely to see a specific uncommon or a specific rare? In Spire 1, it was less uncommon to see a specific uncommon, but in Spire 2, because of the increased rare pool, I think the given rares are even more unlikely now. So I think for Spire 2, it's rares. There's just a lot more rare cards. All right. I think I'm through all the hellos. So, just as a broad reminder here, I won't be responding to chat very much, and point redemptions will be disabled while we're recording a video here, just so that I don't have to keep going back and forth, as well as to avoid prolonging the video unnecessarily, because it's already going to be an hour-long plus affair to rank every single card. If I spend less than 60 seconds on every card, there's about 80 cards in the silent pool, so it'll take about an hour. At minimum. So I guess we should probably get into it then. Quick stretch first. Thanks for that pin message, Tom. Yeah, try not to feel ignored. I'm not ignoring you on purpose. Well, I mean, I am ignoring you on purpose, but I'm doing it for content or something. No, it's fine. Anyway. Hello and welcome, everybody, back to Slay the Spire 2. This week we're talking about the Silent, and I want to rank all of the cards on this character from S to C. We could have done A, B, C, D tiers, but I like the concept of S tier as a concept. We're borrowing that from the Japanese, who kind of popularized it, we'll say, via a lot of games. So S ranking in games does have a lot of representation. So we're going to be ranking the cards from best to worst here, with 4 distinct tiers of cards. The higher tier a card is, basically the more broadly takeable it is. Cards in higher tiers are higher output on average. They're more takeable without having other pieces in play in your deck, and they're more takeable in multiple copies of. So I think the very best cards are going to be cards, at least on this character especially, the very best cards are going to be cards that are great in multiple copies. I'll also be ordering the cards within a tier, as well as going through each rarity one at a time. So we're going to rank commons, then uncommons, then rares. And within a tier, the leftmost card is the best card, and the rightmost card is the worst card. Yeah, no F tier. I thought about having a D tier for this video, but honestly, the Silent card pool is so good that I genuinely don't think Silent has anything I would consider a D tier card. There are no cards on this character that I think are unpickable. They're all at least decent, which makes Silent feel pretty complete at the moment. I definitely would argue that Silent is the strongest character in the early access version of Slay the Spire 2, which is what we are recording for this video. But yeah, speaking of early access, some of the card arts in the tier list are going to be a little bit out of date. I'm using a tier list imagery of the initial cards that were launched for the initial early access release version of the game, but the in-game art you'll see just above my head here is coming from the current version 103 beta patch of the game. So some cards have changed, with the very first one being the first card that we're going to rank here, Acrobatics, formerly a common card. The latest beta patch changes it to an uncommon card, and this is part of a broader attempt to weaken the Sly cards and the Sly synergy on defect. So spoiler alert here, by the way, the draw and discard cards are going to be very highly ranked in this video, and are likely to change in some ways. So our future evaluation, when the full release comes out, might change a bit here. But Acrobatics, I think, has to at least be A tier. It's probably S tier, honestly. It's one of the most broadly applicable draw cards. It's big card advantage. That is, you get more cards in your hand total by playing this card, which makes it very good. And it's also discarding a card, which enables you to activate Sly effects. The only downside to Acrobatics is that it costs 1. I think we're going to put it up in S tier. It's a very pickable card. It's a very good card. It's a card you want lots of copies of. So yeah, I think it's up in S. Really good card. Next up. Oh, we're not sorted in the right order. Yeah, we're on the... next up is Anticipate. We're going through the commons here. Anticipate gives 2 dexterity, upgraded 3 dexterity for 1 turn. The initial early access had this 3 and upgrade to 5. The initial version of this card was actually insanely bonkers. It was like way up here, but I think the current version is low A, maybe high B. I'm going to probably put it in high B. It's a good zero-cost way to boost your block output for a turn, but it's low impact enough that it's like footwork for 1 turn. So, like, silent version of Flex. It's pretty good. It's nice with things like Backflip, Deflect, but it's not the best way to get more block. It's just perfectly serviceable at the moment. Obviously, the more draw you have, the better this gets, though. Speaking of draw, next up is Backflip. One of the great common cards. Very good card, in my opinion. You get block and you get draw at the same time. Upgrades for more block. In Spire 2, you can now enchant cards, and this is a nice little enchant target. Giving it more block is quite good. You can also boost the draw with an enchantment. I don't think Backflip is an S tier card. I don't think it's as good as Acrobatics at the moment, but I'm very much happy to have it as part of a draw engine. I think it goes in A tier. Backflip is great. Definitely good in multiple copies. Definitely good as part of your defensive core. So it's a good card. But is it amazing or overpowered? No, it's just really good. Yeah, anything that says draw is going to be very good for Silent in this current metagame, for sure. Next up, Blade Dance. 3 shifts to your hand and exhaust. Blade Dance was one of the premier common cards in Slay the Spire 1. In Spire 2, it now exhausts, which definitely lowers its impact. Silent also, honestly, just has some better options for early game damage, which makes Blade Dance no longer as impressive. It's not the best Shiv card, it's not the best damage card. And so it kind of falls by the wayside. That's not to say it's useless. This card definitely has use cases, but it really doesn't feel like it used to be. I think this is low B or maybe high C. It's definitely not very good. Not as good as it used to be anyway. Works really well with hidden blades, but any source of Shiv does. Also impacting Blade Dance negatively is the fact that the ninja relics, the shuriken and the kunai, are now rare relics in Slay the Spire 2, and so they're a lot harder to find. You're much less likely to get a kunai, which makes Blade Dance a lot less exciting. Yeah, talk about a fall from grace. Yeah, I'm going to put it down in C, but it's a high C. And that's probably where Cloak and Dagger goes as well. Block and add 1 or upgraded 2 shivs into your hand. A perfectly decent card. It's a nice 2-for-1 package. I think it might be better than Blade Dance, but only very marginally. Don't know if it's good enough to be in B tier. Yeah, I think it goes above Blade Dance, but only slightly. I honestly don't rank Cloak and Dagger very highly. I don't think it's one of the better Shiv cards at the moment. Just feels a little bit underwhelming. It can be good, but suffers from a lot of the same problems as Blade Dance, but with even less initial output. Sparkling Iron Wave. Definitely gets a lot better with the upgrade. The upgrade that adds 4 damage, which is quite nice. So it's good if it comes upgraded already, but it's hard to justify an upgrade on this. Again, works well with relics, like Shuriken and Kunai, but again, those are harder to get. So it's a bit of a weird spot, and I feel like Silent has a lot of better options. Next up, Dagger Spray. Deal damage to all enemies twice. It's a perfectly good early game card. And honestly, one of Silent's better damage, like early game damage options at the moment. I'm not quite sure where to rank this relative to Flick Flack, which is its main competitor. Perfectly good Act 1 card. There's more of an emphasis on having some area damage in Spire 2. There's also a number of enchantments you can give this to make it a bit better. Yeah, you can give it Sharp for more damage, which helps a lot. You can give it the Invigorated enchantment, which makes the first hit do way more damage. That's kind of good. I think it's in either B or C. It's ultimately not that good. Not breakable like a lot of other Silent cards. But it's better than Spire 1. I think I'm going to put it in B tier just for its utility in early game. This is not really a card you want to have more than 1 copy of. Yeah, I think it's going in B tier. I'm not really confident on this ranking, honestly. It's a bit of an awkward one. It's very much an early game card and then kind of falls off pretty hard. But we'll put it in B just for its early game utility. It's solving so many of the early fights, like the Frog Parasite fight in Overgrowth or the Garden Eels in... You give it its own tier. AoE tier. We just rank all the AoE cards. Dagger Throw. Deal damage, draw 1, discard 1. This card was very underwhelming in the first game, but now it's a lot better. Just having discard 1 allows you to pick up so many of the really broken synergy stuff. It's definitely not the best draw and discard card. I think I'm going to put it below Anticipate, but above Dagger Throw. Above Dagger Spray, excuse me. I think it's pretty good. Yeah, a lot of the, as we're going to see later in this list, a lot of the best cards on this character are those that play when you discard them. So just having a card that you can take in the early game that does damage and then helps you enable your Sly cards later is so crucial. So crucial. It's like prepared strike, essentially. That's what they should call it. Next up, Deadly Poison, or maybe Dadly Poison, the 1-cost poison card. 5 poison base, 7 poison upgraded. I like to evaluate these on the merits of damage across 3 turns. So I like to think of this as 5, then 4, then 3, 12 damage for 1 energy. Across 3 turns, upgrades to 18 damage for 1 energy across 3 turns, which is a lot better. I think Deadly Poison is one of the weaker poison cards, but poison in general is pretty good. So I think this is a high C ranking. Maybe a low B ranking. I'm going to put it at the top of C. I think Deadly Poison it's a fine card, but it's outclassed by a lot of other options in Spire 2. That's kind of how I feel. Okay. Deflect. 0 cost gain block. Being 0 cost is really valuable in Spire 2, because you're more often trying to work with only 3 base energy. And having to both block with that energy as well as figure out a scaling or damage plan at the same time can be really, really tricky. Enter the 0 cost block card. Blocking without having to spend your energy is so crucial. It only costs you the card draw, which makes Deflect quite good. The low initial impact is a bit tough, though. I don't think this is an A-tier card, but it is a very useful one. Like comfort tier, yeah. It's a nice card. I think I'm putting it slightly below Dagger Throw, ultimately. Gets a lot better with dexterity, gets a lot better with more card draws, so it can become a very, very good card in some runs, but only once you have that setup. You know, a starting deck Silent isn't loving Deflect that much. So I think it goes in B. And Dodge and Roll has some similar properties, the next one I'm going to rank here. Get block this turn and next turn. It's only a small amount of block, but if you can increase the block this card gives, then it becomes a lot better. This card is an excellent upgrade target for +2/+2. It's an excellent card with dexterity that boosts the amount of block that both of the block instances give. It's really good with the Nimble enchantment, increasing the amount of block it gives. It's really good with the Vambrace relic, because then you can double both this turn block and next turn block. So there's a lot of ways to scale it that are quite good, but at its face, it's not that good. I think it's probably in B tier, lower than Dagger Spray, low B tier, I think. It's a perfectly good block card. It can help you set up on a future turn. It's no blur, though, that's for sure. I think I'm putting it in low B. Slightly above Deadly Poison. And that's probably where my next card is going to go. Flick Flack here. This card's already been nerfed a couple of times. I don't think it's going to get nerfed a whole lot more, because it's already kind of a weak area option. Flick Flack is the Sly attack. Does damage to all enemies, and is played for free if you discard it. It's got an upgrade for only +2, which is a little underwhelming as well. That said, it's still pretty good. It's essentially free area damage, which can be very nice. I think it's definitely going in the same tier as Dagger Spray. I think the only question for me is, do I rank it slightly above or slightly below Dagger Spray? And I think slightly above for being free to play. But they have a very similar purpose in my mind. Yeah, overall, I would tend to lean towards giving a higher ranking to the Sly cards. Are any Sly cards going to be C tier? Yes. Spoilers. There will be one. All right, next up, Follow Through. This was an uncommon card. This is another card that got reworked on the beta branch. So previously, this was an uncommon card that did damage to all enemies. And our preview card still has that, by the way, this one. Now it's a common card that says if you have 5 or more other cards in your hand, hits an additional time. This definitely could get reworked again. It was very good previously. The previous incarnation is definitely up in A tier, this version that you're seeing on the preview. But the version that's above my head, which is the current beta version, is going to rank probably somewhere in C tier. So I'm not quite sure what to do with it on the tier list. The one thing is for sure is that this card is probably not going to stick around. So I'm going to put it down in C. And again, that ranking is based on the in-game version that you're seeing from the beta branch here. It was definitely really good as an area weakness option, but Silent no longer has that. Feels bad. Next up, Leading Strike. Deals 7 damage and deals 3 damage and adds 2 shivs into your hand. Again, this is another card that changed from initial early access. Previously, it was 7 damage, 1 shiv. And I don't think it was that good, but at 2 shivs, I think it's quite good. Better than Blade Dance. This to me feels like better Blade Dance. It's only 1 damage less than Blade Dance, but it's reusable. I think I might even put it above Dagger Throw. I think Leading Strike is quite nice. Yeah, this is where old Blade Dance would probably rank. The upgrade does not add a shiv. It's true. It only adds 3 damage, which is even worse, actually, compared to like a Blade Dance Plus. This is 14 damage instead of 16, and you only get double shiv scaling instead of quadruple. But it is still 3 attacks for 1 card, which is crucial for activating relics like Kusarigama, or Shuriken, or Kunai, or Ornamental Fan, for activating Finisher, for activating Afterimage. It's still basically the same thing as Blade Dance. Pretty good card. Next up, Piercing Wail. One time, all enemies lose 6 strength this turn. This was an extremely good card in the first game. Basically, full block, many fights for 1 turn with 1 card play. And honestly, it's even better in this game because there are more multi-attacks in Spire 2 than there were in Spire 1. This single card full blocks a turn against Entomancer, full blocks a turn against Decimillipede. You block all of them. Full blocks the Queen, full blocks the Queen's minion, full blocks really so many things. And all for 1 energy. The only downside is that it exhausts. It's also a card that is crazy good even without an upgrade. The upgrade increases the strength reduction, which is super powerful, but honestly, even the unupgraded version of this card is usually full blocking. Do I rank it above Acrobatics is the only question here. I don't think so. I think I put it 2nd place S at the moment. Yeah, it works really well against Test Subject. Works great against the Machine Gunner. Like, we can go on and on, listing all the fights that this just blocks for 15 or more in. And of course, on higher difficulty, where the enemies hit harder, it blocks for even more. It's kind of insane. So yeah, Piercing Wail definitely straight to the top. S tier, for sure. Also, a very good card in multiple copies. A very good card if you can retain it, too. So some of the other S tier or top tier cards are going to be extremely good with Piercing Wail. Next up, Poisoned Stab. Poison Stab is a little bit of damage, a little bit of poison. Upgrades for a bit more damage, bit more poison. Probably the worst poison card. It's a acceptable floor 1 damage common. Like, it's all right. And like I said, Silent doesn't have any bad cards. So this is kind of like the worst... one of the worst cards the character has, but it's still good. I think it's really important to stress about this character. Silent has no bad cards. And so it is kind of hard to rank these against each other, because even the bad cards have use cases. This is a fine early game card, but it's just not that good overall. Am I happier than Blade Dance? I think often, yes, I am. I'm going to rank it above Follow Through, actually. We'll put it with Deadly Poison. If only it was called Poison Strike. Next up, Prepared. Prepared came back from the dead. It was banned for being too good with Sly cards, but we said, no, just nerf other cards instead. Keep Prepared. And so they did. They did keep Prepared. But Prepared is still broken because Sly cards exist. So Prepared, the intention behind Prepared, at least this is coming from the first game, right? Is that you draw one card, you discard one card. On its own, that's not even useful, right? Compared to not having Prepared. You discard a card, and you discard the Prepared. So you drew one card, but then you discarded two cards. That is Prepared and the card you discarded. So you're down one card. That doesn't really help you at all. If you upgrade it, you at least get to draw two and then discard two. You're still down a card, but now you looked at more total cards. So that at least helps you filter through the draw pile in a way that the unupgraded version didn't. However, with Sly cards, if you can simply discard the card to play it, then Prepared is no longer card disadvantage. If the card is being played by discarding it, then that's as good as having drawn it and then having played it. So you essentially erase the line of text that says discard a card in terms of like evaluating the card, and you're looking at a zero cost draw card with an upside on it that lets you play a card for free. And that is just fundamentally broken. If you can play the cards that this is discarding, then this is just zero-cost card advantage. And possibly zero-cost energy generation as well. It's like a reusable adrenaline, in a way. And so that is too strong. It's just really good. This is also a common card that you can often get offered early in the game, so it's very clickable. Doesn't really penalize you for having it, usually, so it's perfectly acceptable to just draft this on floor 1 or floor 2. It won't really do anything initially, but it will enable you to click the other Sly cards really easily. And so it's pretty dang good. And this is a result of many factors. In Spire 1, you couldn't get away with this, mostly because of Gremlin Knob. Gremlin Knob was the main reason you couldn't just click on Prepared in Spire 1, because it would make your matchup in that fight so much worse. It also Chosen. Yeah, Chosen was another reason that Prepared was really not so easily clicked in the first game. But without specific penalties to skill cards, a card like Prepared has a lot more room to just kind of rampage all over the game. Yeah, exactly. Prepared itself isn't doing anything inherently strong. It's only because of the Sly cards that this is so strong in Spire 2. But in the current version of the game, this is a very good card, so it's definitely staying in S tier. One of the Sly cards you can discard with that is Ricochet, which deals essentially 12 or upgraded 15 damage as a Sly card. That is pretty good damage. However, Ricochet is random targets, which makes it rather awkward in any multi-enemy fight. This card does get very strong if you can increase the damage per hit in any way, shape, or form. So if you can... Yeah, if you can enchant this card, or if you can boost your strength, or if you have Envenom, then this becomes pretty good. But absent all of those things, just putting this in the starting deck, it's not very good. I have not found. You can hardcast it for acceptable damage. It's just on par with 2 strikes. Arguably worse again because of the random targeting. It is nice into Bantam, but I don't think these things save it from being a C tier card, on par with the poison cards. So I think it's going down in C tier, maybe above the Shiv cards. I honestly think Cloak and Dagger's better, actually. So I'm going to put it pretty low in C. I'm not impressed with Ricochet. It does offer pretty good damage against one target, if you can discard it consistently, but as a Sly card, it's competing with all the other Sly cards in the game for that discard target, and I think it's probably the worst Sly card. So it's definitely going down in C tier for me. Not impressed. I'm also not impressed with Slice. Slice was a perfectly acceptable early game card in the last game because of how urgently you needed damage and attacks in general. In this game, it feels like Slice is not cutting it, so to speak. Not because anything has changed with Slice, but because what Slice does is no longer as desirable. So I think it's going down... Is it better than... I think it's worse than Blade Dance, actually. I think I'm going to put it at the very bottom at the moment. I've not clicked on Slice once in Spire 2, and I'm having a hard time envisioning a situation where I do click on Slice. Especially given that Silent has some other better zero-cost attacks, which we'll cover later. Next up, you've been waiting for it your whole life. It is time to rank Snakebite. Snakebite retains and applies poison. Been a lot of memery around this card. A lot of different evaluations from different players. Some people think it's complete trash. Some people think it's amazing. It's a pretty funny card, actually. The way I see it, this is a 2-cost poison card. It applies 7, upgraded 10. That +3 upgrade is pretty big, actually. That's more than Deadly Poison gets. With poison, a larger number is actually quite deceptive. A little bit more poison goes a long way. So, for example, Deadly Poison across 3 turns, 5 + 4 + 3 is 12 damage. Snakebite across 3 turns, 7 + 6 + 5 is 18 damage. So 18 damage for 2 cost, actually pretty decent. And then you've got the retain aspect added as well. And the upgraded one is very good, right? 10, 9, 8 is 27 damage for 2 energy. That's a lot more than something like Predator does. So I think this is actually one of the better poison cards. I think it's better than Deadly Poison or Poison Stab. I might put it... I don't think it's an A tier card. I don't think it's a C tier card. So I think it's going in B tier. Somewhere around the AoE cards. Maybe below the AoE cards and above Dodge and Roll. I think it's a very average card all around. This is a card you pick up in Act 1 if you need an answer to your boss. This is good against Lagavulin in particular. This can be good against Soulfish. It's actually also pretty good against Vantum. We're talking about Vantum needing a solve sometimes. Poison is actually a pretty good answer to Vantum because you can just constantly ping him and that'll break through all his slippery stacks. There's some fun little interactions with the retain aspect here. You can keep it in your hand until you have a free-ish turn to play it. Also good against Entomancer. That alone should give you some reason to take it, right? This is a good card into Entomancer. Works with things like Flechettes. You can use it with Calculated Gamble to draw more cards. There's some interesting little interactions there. Now, I wouldn't take Snakebite just for those interactions, but it's a nice little option. All right, I think that's enough said about Snakebite. It's a perfectly good poison card. I like it more than Deadly Poison. That's what I'll say. I do like this more than Deadly Poison, just because I think poison cards do love being 2 cost. You don't get enough poison for 1 energy. Usually. Sucker Punch is our next card to rank here. Deals damage and applies weak. Actually got a damage buff from the first game. Still feels like a pretty underwhelming card. I think I'm going to rank it above Follow Through, just because Weaken is a very valuable thing, but Silent to me has not felt like she ever wants this card. Yeah, we have Neutralize at home. Feels like you are more likely to just draw back into your Neutralize, given the current state of the game, and play that again. With the draw cards being so good, Acrobatics, Backflip, Prepared, all insane. These all help you draw back to your Neutralize and just play it again. And I think there are better Weaken cards if you're looking for another way to add Weaken, so I'm not that impressed. Yeah, this is also a card I really haven't clicked on very much. If you have no other options in Act 1, then this is a takeable card, but I can't see picking it very often beyond that. Oh yeah, with tracking, maybe, if you need more weak sources for tracking. Valid. Next up, Untouchable. This card has been nerfed at least twice. The initial version was 9 block with Sly for 2 cost. Now it's down to 6 block, upgrades to, I think, 8? Yeah, 8 block on the upgrade. Still a very good card. This is either high A or low S, genuinely. Definitely one of the better, I think high A over Backflip. But you could also rank this in the bottom of S, I think. It's also entirely possible this is going to get nerfed again. But it's still very good. I'd compare this to Deflect. It's kind of like Deflect, except you don't need to spend a card draw on it, and it blocks for more. So this is better Deflect, usually. Very good card. Especially once you've got some discard going, of course. All right, these are all the common cards for Silent Ranked. You can see most of the commons falling in B and C. I don't think Silent's best cards are commons for the most part. With some notable exceptions. With the card draw cards, Piercing Whale and Untouchable. Next up, we're going to rank all of the uncommons, also going in alphabetical order, and starting with Accuracy. Accuracy is a premier scaling option for Silent. Make all of your shivs do more damage. A little hard to rate Accuracy. This is... I was talking about the tiers. I didn't do like a combo piece tier for Silent. This is one of the combo-iest cards that Silent has, and that it's a card that literally does nothing if you just stick it in the Silent starter deck. But it can be one of her premier ways to scale. So if you've got any decent amount of Shiv generation, this is very good. I think this has to be either high in the B tier or low in the A tier. I'm thinking high B. It's quite strong. Like, playing unupgraded Accuracy makes Blade Dance into 24 damage. Makes Leading Strike into... what is it, 19 damage? 388? Yeah, 388. So it's quite good. Basically, double the damage from your shivs. And Silent has a couple of ways to further multiply the damage output of shivs or physical attacks in general. So that can make it very strong too. I think high B is where I'm placing it. The only reason, the thing that keeps it out of A tier is that you can't just splash it into the starting deck. Oops. Next up is Backstab. Innate, deal 11 damage, and Exhaust gets out of there afterwards. So Innate means you always draw it in the opening hand. With Silent's additional starting draw, this is a very consistently good card. I think maybe rank it below Anticipate here. I don't think this is A tier either. B for Backstab. Perfectly good. There are better options. This won't like win a fight or anything for you on its own. But it's really nice for getting through some shorter fights. Great in Act 1 to throw out some damage. Good against the multi-enemy fights in Act 2 and Act 3. And then because it exhausts, it banishes itself from the deck and you don't have to draw it again. I like this. This I like a lot more than Blade Dance. They're often doing very similar damage the first time you see them. Felt a bit stronger in Spire 1. I could broadly agree with that. But still, I think zero cost cards are very valuable in Spire 2, so I think it's pretty good. Next up, Blur. Gain block, and then block is not removed at the start of your next turn. If you're not using the retain block effect, this card is only a defend. But defend is genuinely very good. I think this is an A tier card. I don't think this is quite belonging in S because if you're not overblocking, it's not doing that much. But Blur is a card that's very effective in multiple copies. By the way, if you play 2 Blurs in the same turn, then your block will retain for 2 turns. And this is one of the only ways to retain block in the game, which makes it very good. I'm going to put it just below Backflip. Very good block card. Very useful for setting up block turns against bosses, especially. The premier way to form what we call the Blurricade. Calipers at home. All right, next up we're ranking Bouncing Flask. I think this is one of the premier poison cards, actually. I think Bouncing Flask is quite strong. You get more poison than Snakebite, but there's a downside, actually a double downside. No retain, and it's to a random enemy multiple times, which makes it a bad card in multi-enemy fights. This is not a card to be used against multiple targets, but poison in general isn't that good against multiple enemies anyway. And the bouncing does have some upsides, too. The fact that it hits multiple times means that you can remove multiple artifacts with one card play. You can benefit multiple times from the Snecko Skull Relic that improves poison. You can activate Outbreak by just playing this card one time. And so all of these things actually make Bouncing Flask quite desirable. I think this is an A-tier damage card. I'm going to rank it below Blur, but I think it's very good. One of my favorite ways to get poison. It's a nice single card answer to Entomancer. If you have a Shiv deck in Act 2, you still want Bouncing Flask, just because it lets you beat Entomancer. So it's a very splashable card. It's enough poison from one card that you don't need other poison cards for it to feel good. And yeah, insane with Outbreak. Also good against Hunter Killer for the same reason, yes. Yes, good against Hunter Killer. Really good one-card boss answer, too. But yeah, I think this is better than Snakebite. By quite a bit. Also better than Snakebite is Bubble Bubble. This is the best one-energy poison card, in my opinion. 9 poison for 1 energy. There's only one condition. You must have poisoned the enemy already. Which means you cannot start your run... You cannot start the poison with Bubble Bubble. That part is a little tricky, but what's not tricky is drawing a crapload of cards on silent, and doing that will allow you to pretty much negate the downside of Bubble Bubble. Just draw all your cards. The upgrade also gets +3 poison, unlike Deadly Poison, which gets +2, so this is another, I think, A-tier card. If it didn't have the condition, this would be up in S, but I think it's right alongside Bouncing Flask. I'm going to rank it lower than Bouncing Flask. Extremely good if you have Twisted Funnel. Yeah, the numbers are just so high on this card. Next up, Calculated Gamble. This is one of the great cards from Spire 1. Discard your hand and then draw that many cards. In Spire 2, it upgrades to Retain instead of Not Exhaust. Depending on the situation, this actually might be an improvement over removing the Exhaust. In general, though, this card is extremely good. I think this is better than Acrobatics. One of the premier discard cards. Discarding your whole hand could mean playing multiple cards for free, and then you draw a whole ton of cards after that. It is just completely cracked. Straight to the top. This card is nuts. And yeah, also another card that's very good in multiple copies. Also, the more cards you're drawing, the better this gets, too. Or the more cards you have in hand, the better this gets. So it's good with any source of Retain, good with any source of card draw. All of that stuff. Yeah, the addition, the prevention of removing Exhaust is to avoid easy infinite combos with Sly cards in Spire 2, I think. It definitely would be a little too busted alongside Sly. Next up, Dash. Block and damage at the same time. Incredible. I like the feet on this card. It's a very solid card. Straight to B tier. Probably just below Backstab. Feels about right. The Foot. Just a very efficient card. You get damage and block at the same time, which is very, very good in Act 1. Just like in Spire 1, this is a great Act 1 card. Can be a little tricky to scale. It's also just a large number of block on a single card, which can be quite valuable. As Silent does not have many other cards that block for this much. Excuse me. Yeah, I think only Leg Sweep blocks for more, actually. So it's a very good card all around. Just hard to scale it into the end game. Doesn't have a lot of things that it can do to continue to be relevant. There are ways to do it, but the deal 10 damage part of it and the 2 cost part of it do become kind of undesirable as you get further in. But still quite nice. There's a number of relics that work well with this, like the Intimidating Helmet, the Vambrace, the Clamp to retain block. Works good with Snecko Eye. It's a really solid card. But it doesn't fit so well into... It's not like a winning piece of any deck. So, straight into B tier. Escape Plan. 0 cost, draw card. If it's a skill, gain block. This is 0 cost block gain, essentially. There's rarely any reason not to click on this card. In Spire 1, there were some fights that would penalize you for having this card, but this is what we call a cantrip card. 0 cost, draw. So you're essentially spending no resources on it. Doesn't cost you a card draw, doesn't cost you energy, which makes it very splashable in almost any deck. I think this is bottom of A tier. The only problem with Escape Plan is that it's low impact, and so you might want to take a different card over Escape Plan. But at the moment, there's almost no reason not to just click this when you see it. I guess Doormaker can prevent you from drawing with it on 1 out of 3 turns. And will penalize you with energy for playing it on another 1 out of 3 turns. There's a couple other fights, like it gives strength to phase 1 of test subject and whatnot. But these are late enough in the game and not oppressive enough to stop you from taking Escape Plan. So I think Escape Plan is very good. It's even a decent clone target. So I think a very good card overall. Expertise. It's a card draw card. Draw until you have 6 cards in your hand. If you upgrade, it's draw cards until you have 7 cards in your hand. A perfectly good card draw card. It only draws cards. And the weird thing about Expertise is that the more cards you are drawing, the worse the Expertise gets. So I've had runs that take an Expertise, and it's good, but then I get a bunch of other good card draw cards, and suddenly I don't play Expertise anymore. I think that means it's a B tier card. It's good, but not insane. But it can be a valuable piece of a deck engine. I think the lack of Concentrate as a card in this game makes Expertise feel comparatively worse. I'm going to put it just below Dash. Yeah, it gets outclassed in a fully functioning deck, but it can help you get to a fully functioning deck. Usually you'd rather have an Acrobatics. I do agree with that. So this card is good and does have good utility, but it's just outperformed by a lot of things. And again, that's why we keep coming back to this point. Silent has no bad cards, and so it's kind of hard to rank them all, because all of the cards are good. This definitely was a niche pick in the first Spire. Yeah, you'd rather have one of the best silent cards is not really that much of a complaint, huh? All right, next up, Expose. Remove all artifacts and block off the enemy and apply 2 or upgraded 3 vuln. Look how they massacred Terror. Terror in the first game was way better than this because you get vuln for a whole freaking fight. This card is not terrible, but not that bad, or not that good either. There's not that many fights that add block or artifact, so the removal effect isn't that good, although it is notably a lot better in multiplayer. The vuln is nice, though. This is, I believe, the only way to get vulnerable on Silent, which I think is going to put this probably towards the top of B. Feels better than Accuracy, broadly, right? I'm going to put it at the top of B. I don't feel like this is an A tier card, but I might be underestimating it, actually. Very nice against Mechanite, especially in Act 3. Alright, next up. Finisher. Deal damage for each attack you already played this turn. So the more attacks you play, the more damage it does. Finisher is kind of spicy in Spire 2. I feel like you're able to play attacks a little bit more easily. You have a few more tools for making this work. Like Hidden Blade, for example. But it's awkward, right? This card doesn't do anything if you draw it at the wrong time, which was always the problem in the first game. I think in this game, it's a little bit easier to make it work. So I put it above Dagger Spray. I don't think so. I'm going to put it below Snakebite, actually. I'm going to go low B. It has some real potential. Like, Finisher can do tons of damage, especially if you can enchant it. But on its own, it is a little bit lackluster. Often just 6 damage or 12 damage for 1 energy. Just as good as a strike or 2 strikes. but if you can make it work with Blade Dance or Leading Strike, it gets a lot stronger. So it's all right. I'd say it's all right. Next up, Flechettes. This card got buffed from the first game. Now it's 5 damage, upgraded to 7 damage per skill in hand. This card is kind of insane. So, Flechettes is, at its face, an attack that kind of scales with the number of cards in your hand. So the more cards in hand, the better. And the more skill density in your deck, the better. And if you think about it for a second, that means this is an attack that gets better if your deck is good, right? Because a good silent deck wants to have a ton of skills, and it wants to draw a ton of cards. And if you're doing that, then this card does absolutely bonkers damage. It's incredible if you can retain cards. It's incredible if you can draw lots of cards. It's incredible if you remove all your strikes. I think this is one of the best damage cards that the character has. I'm going to put it actually above Blur. I really like Flechettes. Tops out at 45 damage. I mean, just for the unupgraded version. And for an unupgraded 1-cost attack, that's huge. Upgraded, it does a lot more than that. It works incredibly well with Strength. It works incredibly well with Vigor from, like, Akabeko. This card can do ludicrous amounts of damage. I definitely have lots of memories in the first game of playing Flechettes and doing more than 100 damage with it. So this is a card that can frequently do 100 damage or more. Everything that you can use to boost the damage of Ricochet will boost this even more. Because this is one of the few cards that can hit more than 5 times. Oh yeah, I just noticed our thumbnail of Untouchable doesn't have the Sly keyword on it. But yes, Untouchable has the Sly keyword. Like I said, some of these thumbnails are a bit outdated from what the current version of the card is. My bad on those. But as always, the current version of the card will be above my head when I talk about it. Beat. Footwork. A power that gives you dex for the whole rest of the fight. Silent loves to block. And so Footwork is excellent. Excellent card. Definitely an A tier. The only question for me is it above Untouchable? I don't think it is. I think it's between Untouchable and Backflip here. Definitely a good card in multiple copies. I don't think Footwork is quite as good as it was in the first game, because it's actually a lot harder to spend 1 energy on than it was in the first game. You're not as often having 4 or 5 energy runs, and that's where Footwork really shines, is in a 4 or 5 energy run. So I think it's less powerful and less necessary than it was in the first game, but still very good. Still very good. Hand Trick. Give yourself block and then add Sly to a skill in your hand this turn. This thing is kind of insane. This is a low-key insane card. This is like what Master Planner does, except there's no wait. You can immediately activate it, and then immediately play a 2 or 3 cost skill for free by discarding it. So really good with like Bouncing Flask, Snakebite, Nightmare is kind of crazy with Hand Trick. This is Leg Sweep. There's another number of good options for targeting this. I think this might be low S. The fact that it gives 7 block right away is very good too. So even if you're not actually using the Sly effect, it's a good block card. So you can take this right away. But then if you're using the Sly effect, it's really, really crazy. Absolutely mental. So I'm putting it right in S. I think this card is very good. Low S, mind you, but very good. Next up, Haze. Another Sly card. The Sly cards are great. This one is poison to all enemies. 4 poison unupgraded, which is frankly not enough. Haze unupgraded doesn't feel like it does anything. Upgraded 6 poison to all is pretty good, but still the number is low enough that this card doesn't feel that great. I think this is high B tier, somewhere around Dash. I'm going to put it here. Just there are better Sly cards and there are better Poison cards, I think is what Haze's problem is. That said, Haze can be very strong. And if you have a deck that can cycle through itself quickly and play 1 or 2 copies of Haze, then you can have a really solid Poison engine. But 1 copy alone does not do all that much. So I'm not that impressed with Haze's damage. It's also very hard to hard cast it at 3 cost. You can't really play it without the Sly effect. Don't think Haze is better than Flick Flack. Also valid. It's better against bosses, though. That's why I like it. Hidden Dagger. Discards 2 cards and gives you 2 shivs. This is pretty cool. This is a nice way to get some shivs. 0 cost, 8 damage, effectively. You can also activate your Sly cards. So it's an enabler, a combo piece. It's got a lot of good stuff. I think this is either high B or low A. I don't like this more than I like the Poison stuff up here. I do like it maybe more than Escape Plan. Yeah, let's put it above Escape Plan. It's just a nice value add. Like this is why Slice is so low, for example. This feels a lot better than Slice. It has a lot more synergies than Slice does. You can make it into a cohesive part of your deck, which you can't do with Slice. And even at its worst, it's usually 8 damage for 0, which is pretty dang good. Yeah, you can simply use this when it's the last card in your hand to avoid discarding stuff you don't want to discard. But frequently you do want to discard stuff. Infinite Blades, a power that gives you 1 shiv per turn, still upgrades to innate, so again, migrating from the first game. This is one of the worst shiv cards in the first game, and I think it still is. I think it's worse than Blade Dance. I'm gonna say it. It's worse than Blade Dance. That should tell you everything you need to know. It's worse than Blade Dance. Essentially, you have to wait 3 turns after playing this to get the value of 1 Blade Dance, and that core problem is still there. If you have incentives for powers, it can be okay. But even then, it's got some awkwardness. Notably, for being a power, it's a power you don't want multiple copies of, typically, as there's a kind of an upper limit on how many shivs you can add to your hand at the start of turn. Why is Blade Dance so bad now? So genuinely, part of the reason is that all the other cards are better. It's not necessarily that Blade Dance is bad, but genuinely that Silent has so many good cards that it's just now one of the worst cards, by virtue of everything else just being better. Like all the untakeable trash from the first game is gone. That's part of it. Next up, Leg Sweep. Gain 2 weak, gain 11 block. This was one of the best block cards in the first game. Still is a very good card, especially now that Weaken is a little harder to get with follow-through getting dismantled. I don't think this is an S tier card. I think this is up in A tier. I would rank it above Blur. Yeah, I would rank this slightly higher than Blur. One of the best blocks in the character, for sure. The combination of upfront block plus Weaken is insane. There's a couple of ways to give this card Sly, which makes it really powerful. And the upgrade is quite good for 3 block and 1 more Weaken, so it's a good upgrade as well. Very, very good defensive card. Buys you a lot of time. Just very good card. Yeah, the highest amount of block you get from 1 card on this character at the moment. Memento Mori. This got an art update, I think. No, same art. This does some upfront damage and bonus damage for each card you've discarded this turn. In theory, this card can do quite a bit of damage. Seems really good with Calculated Gamble. I actually haven't used this card, so I can't really speak on it. It feels to me like it's at minimum, it has to be better than Finisher, because it's more reliable than Finisher and easier to activate than Finisher, I think. So it's one of those, like, kind of mediocre most of the time, but then amazing more often. It's also got a much higher floor than Finisher. So I think I'm going to rank it above Finisher for sure. Yeah, harder to set up than it looks, though. I agree with that. It's not actually that easy to make this do significantly more damage. And if you are able to make this do significantly more damage, then you could just have a Sly card and use that. That's kind of how I'm feeling about this. This is getting you bonus damage in a situation where you probably don't need it. And yeah, I'm just going to give one more reminder on Untouchable here. It's the thumbnail in the tier list is wrong. This is the card Untouchable that we're talking about here. This card is better than Leg Sweep. Sly, gain 6 block. Pretty good card. All right, back down to the uncommons here. Mirage is next to be ranked. Gives you block equal to poison on all enemies. This one's weird. Upgrades to be 0 cost. I don't know how to rank this card. I've never used it, if I'm being honest. I've never taken this card. 0 cost, gain a bunch of blocks. Seems good. It is conditional, though, so this is kind of an awkward turn 1 draw. But if you have a good poison deck, I can see this being really good. This is another card that's like combo piece territory. Because of its potential to be a dead draw, I have a hard time ranking this up in A, but I guess that's true of Bubble Bubble as well. Yeah, really good with Retain, but so is like every silent card. I think I'm going to put it in the middle of B tier. Below Expertise. It has potential, but it seems like... Yeah, it definitely can do nutty things, just like Finisher can, right? But also like Finisher, it can do nothing, and only works if your deck is already doing successful things. So I can't justify giving it a high ranking. But again, I have no experience with this card, so I'm really uncertain on this one. How about a card that gives poison? How about a card I do have experience with? Noxious Fumes. Start of each turn, apply poison to all enemies. The poison number on this card isn't huge, but we like to think of this as a sort of treadmill that gradually increases the amount of poison every turn. A very solid way to get poison. Probably up in A as a damage power. Do I like it more than Bouncing Flask? Usually no. I'm going to rank it above Bubble Bubble, though. I'm going to put it in between the two. Gotta shrink down our tier list here. Sure that looks good still. Yes, perfect. Okay. Let the shrunkening begin. So Fumes is another card that I think benefited a bit more in the first game because it's better with more energy. That passive damage output, but Silent in general can still do a really good job of just sitting back and waiting for her enemies to die, and this card helps a lot with that. But yeah, we love Fumes. Next up, Outbreak. I actually don't think I have a image for on this. Yeah, I seem to be missing Outbreak on this tier list here. I was wondering if there was a card missing. So Outbreak I would put in... Yeah, it broke out of the queue. I might have to remake this with more accurate images. I would put this in probably B tier. Probably above accuracy. I think this can be quite good if you're applying poison. This is another like combo piece card that is very good if you have the requisite pieces, but doesn't do anything if you don't. Mostly good with Fumes, with Bouncing Flask, and with Envenom. There's not a whole lot of other cards that enable this massively. And so it can be a little difficult to activate. Oh, Corrosive Wave, too. Yes, Corrosive Wave is obviously insane with this. But I don't think that's a point in Outbreak's favor, actually. Yeah, I would put this in B tier. But unfortunately, we lack a visualization for that, so my apologies there. Phantom Blades gives your shivs retain, and then makes your first shiv each turn do more damage. Kind of a nice little 1-2 combo here. So you're meant to generate shivs and then slowly play them one at a time. I actually like this more than accuracy, especially with the retaining aspects. It's more total damage, usually. For example, if you compare Blade Dance, for example, even if you play all 3 shivs on the same turn, then it's about the same as an unupgraded accuracy in terms of total damage. You do It would be what? 13 plus 4 plus 4 is 21 versus 24 for accuracy. This can also let you keep shivs to combo with your finisher or to combo with your ninja relics, which can be quite good, or just to have more cards in hand. So yeah, I do like this more than accuracy. Makes Infinite Blades good. It is kind of good with Infinite Blades. You can also retain to go with Strangle. Yeah, there's a number of things. Because it gives your shivs retain, I think I do like it more than the accuracy. So I think it's actually the better of the shiv powers. Pinpoint. Does a bunch of damage. Gets cheaper for each skill you've played during your turn. Very, very solid early game card. This is going in A tier, I think. Does massive damage. Often costs 0 or 1, because typically Silent is playing a lot of skills anyway. This should go with Flechettes, right? This is... Do I rank this above or below Flechettes? This is easier to use than Flechettes. So I'm actually going to rank it above Flechettes. And that's saying something, because I'm a big Flechettes like stan. You know, I love Flechettes. But I think Flechettes does get outclassed here. Just slightly. And yeah, this was, before the damage nerf, this was S tier at 17. At 15, it's good, but not insane. It's like Eviscerate, but better. Yeah, it's a good way to look at it. Next up, Pounce. Deals damage and makes your next skill free. A free skill is pretty good, but the 2-cost low damage attack. It does get +6 on the upgrade. It's kind of cool. I think this is a B tier attack. It's good, but not great. Kind of like Dash-ish. Yeah, put it around Dash. It's an enabler for Snakebite, enabler for Nightmare, enabler for Bouncing Flask, enabler for Leg Sweep. You can use it to play Sly cards without having to actually discard them. That's kind of good, too. But I think it does suffer a little bit. Next up, Precise Cut. 0 cost to deal 13 damage, but less damage for each other card in your hand. So if you have a standard 5-card hand and you play this first, it'll do 5 damage. If you play other cards first, which you should, you can make it do more than 5 damage. This card is better than Slice. It is. It's definitely better than Slice. I think it's better than Ricochet, even. Is it enough to get it out of C tier? I don't feel like it is. It is a good Act 1 card. I'll rank it above Poison Stab, in fact. I think it's on the better side of the C tier. But yeah, it's not great. Doesn't have like any powerful synergies. Of course, the best this card can do is 13 damage. And so that's kind of a low top end, but it is 0 cost, so that's nice. But yeah, do I think it's amazing? Not really. Predator. Migrating from the first game. Deal damage. On your next turn, draw some cards. This is one of Silent's better attacks in the first game, and I think it's really telling that Predator is kind of not really on the radar anymore. Everything else seems... Well, actually, no. I think it's probably B tier still. It's better than Finisher. Is it better than Snakebite? Better than Dagger Throw, is it? No, it's not. Because of... Yeah, it's not, actually. Yeah, I think it's below Snakebite. It's harder to scale the damage of this directly. You are no longer as... stressed for early game attack damage specifically. Like, this was a good anti-Gremlin Knob card in the first game, but without a Gremlin Knob to kill, the Predator doesn't have that much of a role. Also, look, there's... The Sentry is on this art. The Sentry's not even in this game, so Silent is hunting a game from the first card. Hunting an enemy from the first game, and I think that's pretty telling that Predator is kind of a card getting left in the past. Gone. Reflex. Sly card that draws you more cards. Discard this card to draw more cards. Very good with Sly synergies. I don't think this is an S tier card, though. I think it's up in A, probably below Untouchable. If you have a lot of... Like, this could obviously be an incredible part of a discard engine, so if you have the ability to discard this consistently, then it breaks the game. But I don't think it's actually the best of the Sly cards. So I'm going to put it below Untouchable, but above Footwork. Still very, very, very good. Yeah, very, very, very good. Any reason the tiers aren't like the defect ones? Because the silent is not like the defect. Different character has different context. Skewer. X cost attack. This did get buffed from the first game. Now it's 8 upgraded to 11 damage X times. Just like Predator, this used to be a good attack, but now it feels kind of weak. Silent doesn't have as many ways to gain tons of energy. Doesn't have as much ways to scale this. So I think it's kind of down in B. Better than Finisher. Probably better than Memento Mori. I'm going to put it below Predator, though. Yeah, compare this card to Eradicate on Necrobinder, and it's just sad, but that's a rare card. But yeah, it does feel really bad compared to Eradicate. Speedster. Every time you draw a card during your turn, deal 2 damage to all enemies. This got nerfed and then buffed again. Currently, on the beta branch, the upgrade makes it innate rather than increasing the damage. And I think this might be where this card ends up. Kind of a hard card to balance because drawing a card during your turn is one of the strongest things that you can do already. And so adding an effect to that is pretty dang good. The main breaker of this was Acrobatics. With Acrobatics getting its rarity nerfed on the beta branch, that does lower Speedster's utility a fair bit. I still think it's an A-tier card. I'm going to rank it below the Poison cards, but above Hidden Daggers. It's a pretty good card for 2 damage per. At 1 damage per, it was too weak to justify being 2 costs. 1 cost would have made it too good. This really can't be your prime damage card, but in a deck that's drawing a lot of cards with things like backflips and acrobatics or prepareds or escape plans, it can really do quite a bit of damage. Also insane with Calculated Gamble, of course. This is part of why Calculated Gamble is way up in S. So I think it's good, but not insane. Solid A-tier card. Next up, Strangle. Whenever you play a card, the enemy loses health. As well as doing upfront damage. This is like Choke from the first game, but made down to 1 cost card, which makes it a lot more viable, especially in the lower energy realm that is Spire 2. I think this goes with the other weird attacks in B, like the Finisher, Memento Mori stuff. I think it's better than Memento Mori. I think it's also better than Skewer. Is it better than Finisher? Probably not. Let's put it down with those other weird uncommon attacks. They're all kind of different ways to achieve the same thing, which is direct attack damage, but they're all not that good at it compared to like Ricochet or Flechettes, which are the premium ways to do lots of attack damage. So yeah, low B, I think. Tactician. This, I think, is the S-tier Sly card. This is going right to the top. Energy is at a premium. And being able to generate energy from your acrobatics and prepareds is godly. I might even put it above the acro directly. Maybe not, because it doesn't do anything without the acro. Put it below the draw cards. Very, very good card. Very, very good card. Upgrades to 1 more energy as well. Up my sleeve. Another one of the Shiv gain cards here. Gives you 3 upgraded 4 Shivs, just like Blade Dance, but it costs 2, but it gets cheaper when you play it. When this game first launched, I thought this was going to be like better than Blade Dance, but having played a bit more, it feels so hard to play the 2 costs the first time. And so it's really hard to get this card to be cheaper. which means I can't give it a good ranking in good conscience. I think it's better than Cloak and Dagger. That's what I'll say about it. I think it's better than Cloak and Dagger. Very slightly. Very slightly. This card be insane in Spire 1? I don't think so. I think it would be bad for a lot of the same reasons, where you can't afford the initial 2-cost play, and therefore you can't actually get it cheaper in the first place. If you can make it sly with Hand Trick, then you can get it to 1 cost. Yeah, that's a way to do it. Does synergize with a bunch of sly stuff, but I think there's just better ways to get shivs. So I can't rank it that high. You can also use it with Pounce, true. Well-Laid Plans, the classic. We're almost at the end. This is the last uncommon, in fact. At the end of your turn, retain up to 1 card. This was a godly card in the first game. I actually don't think this is an S-tier card in Spire 2. I think this is the highest A-tier card. Is what I think. It's a little bit harder to afford the 1 cost of Well-Laid Plans. And it's a little bit easier to make a deck that wins without Well-Laid Plans, is the other thing I'll say, by having just a draw discard engine. You don't necessarily need to retain cards, but yeah, this card is insane. Insanely good. It's also not that good in multiple copies. But yeah, very, very good card. Definitely one of the best cards Silent has. It's just not... It's not like an insta-click in the same way. You do have to actually think about it. There might be better options for what you click on, and you don't necessarily feel like you're invincible when you have it in play. But yeah, it's better than Footwork by quite a bit. So that should tell you a lot. This is one of the best powers the character has. But Snakebite already has retained, so what's the point? Well, then you can retain your other cards, like your strikes that you don't want to redraw. All right, time to rank some rares. Starting with Abrasive, which I actually also don't have an image for on this tier list. This is high A as well. A Sly Power is a unique thing in this game. I think this is the only Sly Power. A is for Abrasive. Yeah, I would probably rank this above Footwork. This is first and foremost a Thorns card and secondarily a Dex card. You get only 1 Dexterity, but the Thorns is the main benefit here. You get 4 and then upgraded 6 Thorns. And for the same reason that Piercing Wail is really good, I think Abrasive is really good as a way to just provide a ton of passive damage. It's like the new Caltrops, except it's better than Caltrops because you get Dex and more Thorns. And you can maybe play it for free. So it's like a conditional Caltrops. Is this worth paying 3 energy for? No. But if you're taking this card, you probably are able to discard it and therefore get it in play for free, which makes it just completely cracked. Just being able to... A power that you don't have to pay energy for is crazy. Crazy good. And yeah, B-Guy gets destroyed, of course. So this card is great. I would put this in high A, probably above Footwork. Accelerant makes our poison trigger additional times. This is also another really, really good option. Depending on your build, if you're doing a poison build, this is S tier. This is like the replacement for Catalyst. I think I might rank it just below Well-Laid Plans. A is for Accelerate. Definitely a boss killer of a card. Yeah, it's like a Catalyst, but you can play it before Catalyst, before the other poison options. Because it's a power. Upgrades trigger even more times. It's basically a damage multiplier for your poison. But you need large amounts of poison for this to be good. If you have only a small amount of poison, then because this activates the poison more times, the poison will decay down to 0 very fast. So if you have 5 or less poison, this is actually quite bad. But if you just use this with fumes, it's genuinely terrible. So don't take accelerant with only fumes. But if you have something like a bouncing flask, then suddenly your bouncing flask can do 30 damage right away, which is bonkers. Your snake bite can do 27 damage right away, bonkers. Very good card. But yeah, actually, genuinely bad with small amounts of poison. Next up, Adrenaline, one of the classics from the first game. Gain free energy, draw free cards. With energy at even more of a premium in this game, this card is absolutely cracked. Probably going to rank it above Gamble, actually. This card is disgusting. One of the best, one of the most clickable cards. This is a card you do, in fact, want to have 100 copies of in your deck. It's an excellent clone target. Excellent duplication target. Excellent click. Excellent upgrade. The only reason you don't click on Adrenaline is if there is a better card to click on that works with your build. You know, like the card that makes your build work is better than Adrenaline. But all other times, Adrenaline is better than almost any other card. So you want to click this almost every time you see it. And that's why it's going to the top of S, because this is a card you click on almost every time you see it. Yeah, bad if you have Snecko Eye, which is a lot rarer in this game, so it's almost universally good. Speaking of almost universally good, there's also After Image, 1 block per card played. Upgrades to B and A. This is also a hilarious clone target, also a card that works really well in multiple copies. Is this better than Well-Laid Plans, is the only question I have. I can't tell. I think this might go up an S, but maybe it's around Accelerant. A very good card. What makes After Image especially good is that it's very splashable in almost any deck. Even decks that aren't specifically trying to play a ton of cards really benefit from an After Image usually. But of course, the more cards you play, the better it gets. Oops. Oh no, I've broken everything. Restored. Yeah, let's slap this between Well-Laid Plans and Accelerant. I think it's one of the better powers. It's good. Next up, Assassinate. Innate, apply damage, deal vuln. It's like Backstab, but better. But it's a rare card, so you don't usually want to take it as much. I think I'm just going to rank it like Backstab, but better. Just slap it next to Backstab. Because it is Backstab, but better. Yeah, not really a rare card is how I feel about this. It's pretty good on floor 1, though. And upgrades to 2 Vuln. Not bad. So this and Expose are the only ways for Silent to get vulnerable. And I think Expose is better than this. Which is accurate to our ranking currently. Cool. Blade of Ink. So this one's a bit weird. This one got redone. The initial early access version of this, which you still see on the thumbnail, is each time you play a attack, gain strength for the turn. And the new version is gain Inky Shiv. So it's like Blade Dance, except the Shivs do more damage and give you Weaken. But also you get 1. So at its base, it's 1 cost, 12 damage, 2 weak. And then upgrades to 18 damage, 3 weak. This is a pretty good card in its new version. Yeah, it doesn't exhaust. Yeah, the new version of this card is quite good. So I think this is going up in A tier. Not quite S, but pretty good. Probably better than Backflip, but worse than Footwork is kind of how I feel about it. You could argue it's better than Footwork, though. But this is one of the best Shiv cards. I admittedly haven't had a chance to try this yet. So we're gonna rank it in A. And again, that's the version that gives Inky Shivs, the current beta branch version. I think the version that gave you strength per attack will probably get banished from the game forevermore. Even if this version of the card, the one above me, gets reworked in some way, shape, or form, I don't expect to see the original version of this card ever come back. Bullet time. Make all your cards in your hand free. Notably, this is only the cards that are currently in your hand when you play this. Bullet time is cool. The more cards you can get in your hand with 3 energy left, the better. It's a nice energy cheat card, and I think the energy cheats in general got better. Hard to rank this one, though. This is definitely one of the more context-dependent cards that the character has. Definitely wants an upgrade. I think low A or high B makes sense. I think low A. I'll rank it below Speedster. Definitely had... this can be a build-enabling card, is something to bear in mind. We had a really fun Perfect Fit Bullet Time run that I loved. Really good with Vaku's Fiddle, really good with Retain cards, really good with high-cost cards, really good with Sneko-Eye. There's a lot of things that can make Bullet Time into your main energy source. So I think it's quite good. Next up, Burst. Duplicate a skill. Well, the next skill you play this turn, and upgrades to dupe 2 skills. Burst was great in the first game. I think it's still absolutely cracked. Probably all the way up an S here for being able to duplicate multiple skills. Burst got even better with Sly, because if you discard a Sly skill with Burst active, you will burst the Sly card that you discarded. So it works with Tactician and Reflex, which it didn't do in the first game. I think I'm going to put it above Tactician. This is also essentially energy generation. If you upgrade it and then play 2 1-cost skills, then you've played 4 1-cost skills for 3 energy. That's making energy for you, which is very good. You can duplicate your best cards, which is insane. If you burst Adrenaline, it's ridiculous. You can burst, and many other things. There's a lot of... Yeah, Burst with poison cards tends to be very good. So I think Burst is pretty high up there for Silent in her current incarnation, especially with how heavily skill-focused her decks tend to be. Corrosive Wave. When you draw a card this turn, apply poison to all enemies. Started at 3 poison, upgraded to 4. Now it's been nerfed down to 2 and upgrades to 3 on the beta branch, which was not enough to stop it from being godly. This card is probably the highest card of all of them. This is one of the best ways to apply poison in the whole game. If you have a good draw engine, this just instantly wins the game on the spot and is actually ridiculous. Although it notably doesn't work all the time. Maybe it's lower than Adrenaline then. I think it's very, very good, though. Yeah, this can be a dead draw, which maybe below Calc Gamble, actually. But it's a very good card with all of the other S-tier cards. I think that's important to emphasize. Like, this combos with the cards that are already good. And so you're already going to have the pieces for this when you see it, usually. As long as you're clicking on card draw, which you should be. But yeah, Corrosive Wave does so much that it transcends the A tier, because once you're able to make it work, it does giga-gargantuan damage. Yeah, notably only ranked below cards that enable it. It's pretty cracked. Echoing Slash. Deal damage to all enemies. Repeat the effect for each enemy you kill. This is like a weird AoE card. It is better than the other AoE cards, is what I'll say. I wouldn't put this in C tier, because this is better than Dagger Spray, but it's a rare card, so it's worse than Dagger Spray. It's kind of weird. I'm going to rank it with the other AoE cards as being better than them, but it's not that good. The idea behind this card is that you get the enemies to various health levels, such that the first hit kills one of them, and then the second hit kills another one, and then you repeat the effect multiple times, you get a whole bunch of AoE damage. Mostly good for the fly summoner fight in Act 2, but it can also be good against a number of Act 2 and Act 3 fights. I like it against Decimillipede, especially. But it is a little bit niche. It's a cool idea, but it's hard to make it work in practice. Makes me kind of miss Die. Yeah, I think Die felt better a lot of the time. Envenom. Apply poison whenever you do an attack. Whenever your attack does damage. So attacks that hit multiple times will apply poison multiple times. Envenom's main problem is being a 2-cost power. In the first game, you could upgrade it to not be a 2-cost power, but now it upgrades to be 2 poison instead, which arguably makes it worse. I wish this was better, is how I feel. I think we're going to put it in high C. I'm going to put it below Deadly Poison. I think it's one of the worst poison cards, unfortunately. It has potential, but it's too expensive, too slow to be competitive with the other options. Yeah, another card, you know if it's going to be good, but usually it's not good. That's kind of how I feel, yeah. Can definitely be a win more card. Has a really nice combination with Outbreak. Next up, Fan of Knives. Your shivs hit all enemies, and you add 4 shivs to your hand. This card is fine. If you're generating a lot of shivs, this can be a build enabler. But it's only going to work in certain fights, right? This doesn't do anything special unless you're fighting more than one enemy, which does limit its potential. I think this goes... Yeah, I think this is a B tier card, up with Accuracy and Phantom Blades. I would usually rather have Accuracy. Shrink it down a bit more. Okay, that still looks good. Perfect. I know it's hard to read individual cards. That's why we got the big version above my head, though. With all the images on the screen at the same time. We're almost done here, though. So only a few more cards to rank. It's 2 Dagger Sprays stapled together. True. Yes, 2 Dagger Sprays stapled together. Grand Finale. Got a big glow up, actually. This does way more damage in this game. 60 upgrades to 75 damage. This is a really hard card to rank because if you can play this, it is insane. The best card in the game. And if you cannot play it, then it does literally nothing. So it's either S or F, depending on the run. and rarely anything in between. I think that means it's probably a C tier card. If you know how to... So, a quick tutorial here. If you're watching, you're like, how do I Grand Finale? Here's my quick tips. You need 2 things to make Grand Finale work. You need a draw engine. So you need ways to draw cards, and ideally you want to be able to draw different numbers of cards. So you want like a draw 1, a draw 2, and a draw 3. So that you can combine them to get the number of cards in the draw pile down to 0. And then number 2, you want retain. You have to be able to hold on to Grand Finale. And realistically, that means well-laid plans, because of how rare Pyramid is now. So you kind of need well-laid plans to make Grand Finale good. Or you need a deck that's small enough that you can just draw the whole thing in one turn. That's another way to do it. You don't actually need to retain if you can just draw your entire deck. So if you can do any of those things, then it's really good. And if you can't, you should avoid it like the plague. I'll put it in C tier with these poison cards. But yeah, but with an asterisk. If you can play this card, it's amazing. And you can make a Grand Finale deck that's awesome. I have yet to have a good Grand Finale run in Spire 2, I feel like. But I'm sure we'll have some amazing ones in the future. And I cannot wait to make this card work. But unfortunately, it's hard to make it work. So it's getting ranked low here. But the top end on this card is in fact insane. So do keep this in mind. Like if you see this card, just kind of like think like, do I have the pieces to maybe try to do this? And if you do, you should give it a shot because it's fun. It's also it's also a very skill check card because you have to successfully remember all of the things that are going to happen. You have to remember all of the cards that are going to get drawn. You have to know all of the relics that are going to activate and draw a card. things like the Joss paper, where you draw a card every fifth card you exhaust, can absolutely mess with this card. And so if you forget a draw effect that you're going to have, like Pendulum, then you can brick this. So definitely a huge skill check, which can make it really hard to use. Next up, Knife Trap. Play all of your shivs in the exhaust pile. So every shiv you've played already, play it again, which gives us a huge top end. This does not exhaust, so you can use it again and again. If you have a reusable way to make shivs, then this is a win condition in and of itself. But if you don't, it doesn't really do anything. Another card I haven't really had the chance to use, actually. Kind of like Voltaic, except there's a big difference with Voltaic here. This is not a Voltaic-like. Voltaic is an S tier because the starting deck has lightning orbs. The starting deck does not have shivs. And so Knife Trap is not an S tier card because it is not something you can just slap into a run always and have it be a way to win. It also doesn't multiply with itself each time you play it, right? Voltaic, if you have 3 lightning orbs and you play Voltaic, you get 3 more lightning orbs. Then the next time you play Voltaic, you get 6 lightning orbs. With Knife Trap, if you have 3 shivs, you play it, you get 3 shivs. Play the Knife Trap again, you just get 3 shivs again. It doesn't increase the number of shivs in the exhaust pile when you play it. So I don't think it's a top tier card. It's either in B or A. I don't have enough experience with this to understand where this goes, actually. So this is one I'm not very confident on my ranking. What is the upgrade is upgrade and play. Okay, interesting. Upgrades the shivs. Yeah, I didn't even know it did that. Put it in high B. I'm going to put it higher than the other shiv cards. Yeah, I like this, like all these shiv cards together at high B. Because that's kind of how I feel about shiv in general, is it's high B. With Sly and Poison kind of outclassing shivs, usually. Next up, let's rank Malaise. X cost, enemy loses X strength, apply X weaken. This was definitely an S tier card in the first game. I'm not sure it's as good in the second game. But this is definitely a high-ranking card. Yeah, this shuts down some of the bosses, Queen especially. Doesn't do much into the test subject. It's also very good against Doormaker. So good against 2 to 3 Act 3 bosses. Has pretty good utility in a number of other fights. It is harder to make a giant Malaise than it was in the first game. That's the main problem. So I don't think this is an S tier card. I think this is high A. I'm going to put it just below Afterimage. I think it's still quite good, though. Excellent with Chemical X. This is also a really good card to give Imbue from Ouroboros, where you play a skill for free at the start of a combat. Very good with Ouroboros. But yeah, overall, pretty good. Next up, Master Planner. A power that says when you play a skill, give it Sly. This one's actually a bit weird. This feels really strong because of how good Sly is, but I think it's actually a win more card. I think that this card is not necessary a lot of the time. Yeah, it's really slow is the problem. This card isn't generally doing something until the second time you draw a card, which means you have to cycle through your whole deck before Master Planner is actually doing anything. Once it does stuff, though, it's very fun, and you can build wonky infinites. Like, you can build a prepared infinite with this card, which is very funny. But is it actually good? I don't think so. It is a way to scale, but there's a lot of ways to scale on Silent. I think this is mid-B. Genuinely, it's not that good. But like here-ish. But yeah, extremely funny card. Can be a nice hit from your power potions. But yeah, not that good. Not that good. Next up, Murder. 3-cost attack that deals 1 damage per card you've drawn. So this is like a A draw deck win con. It's a cool card. Very expensive, though. I don't know how to rank this either, because I also haven't used this card much. It's a one-card scaling solution. I feel like this is kind of around Knife Trap, except it automatically goes up over time, right? I think it's got to be better than Knife Trap. That's how I feel about this. This has to be better than Knife Trap. So you can think of this as gaining 5 more damage per turn at minimum, which is pretty good. It's like a rampage you don't have to play. It's like having a cultist in your deck. I have a hard time justifying my rare card on murder, though. So it feels slow, and it feels kind of low value compared to some other rares, but it is still a way to win. And you can accelerate it faster, of course, right? It's not just 5 damage a turn. If you draw more cards, this will scale faster. And so if you're doing things like Calculated Gamble or Acrobaticsing, it can go really, really hard, really fast. So I could definitely see this being very good. But not usually very good. And since the high B tier, I'm not completely confident on this rating. Again, I haven't used this card much. All right, next up, Nightmare. A classic from the first game. Choose a card. Next turn, add 3 copies of that card into your hand. I feel like Silent doesn't have as many good targets for Nightmare as she did in the first game. Nightmare in Spire 1, you're looking to copy like Catalyst or Wraithform. In Spire 2, your best targets are things like Adrenaline or Footwork. You could maybe Nightmare Abrasive. You can Nightmare colorless cards. Actually, that's a good call out, actually. Nightmare is valuable because you can Nightmare ancient cards and you can Nightmare enchanted cards and make copies of them. So that's kind of powerful. Goes crazy with bullet time, definitely. I think Nightmare has to be low A. The top end of this card is crazy. There's a lot of different things you can duplicate and have them be good, whether it's just making 3 more copies of a power. 3 cost is a lot. Notably, you can upgrade this to be down to 2 cost, which makes it a lot more powerful as well. In general, making more copies of a card is a really strong effect in a game like Slay the Spire. So I think this is a good card. Yeah, I'm going to rank it below Speedster. I think it's very strong, but does have some limiting effects. Oh, also, actually, an important call-out, actually. In Spire 2, I think we discovered that if you copy a card that has a temporary cost reduction, that temporary cost reduction does proliferate. I'm pretty sure this is how it works in Spire 2. So if you attack potion, you get a temporarily 0-cost attack and Nightmare it. In the first game, this would not generate 0-cost attacks on the next turn. But in Spire 2, it does generate 0-cost attacks on the next turn. And so there's some really strong things you can do with Nightmare using stuff like that. So because of that back-end change, that also buffs the Nightmare quite a bit. So yeah, works good with potions. Alright, next up, Serpent Form. Whenever you play a card, deal damage to a random enemy, they buff the upgrade to make it 6. But this is still going right next to Envenom here as a card that does a thing that's kind of strong, but is just too expensive to be easily used most of the time. Makes it a really good power potion hit. Yeah, this is a really good card if you're playing it for free. Just 6 damage every time you play a card, that's pretty good. But if you have to spend a whole turn doing it, that's not pretty good. And so this card is a little bit on the weak side if you're paying full price. Great with Snecko Eye, of course. Great if you can cheat it into play for any reason, but at full price, it's just not that good. Next, Shadow Step. Discard your hand and make your attacks deal double damage next turn. It's like Phantasmal Killer from the first game, but with a discard your hand attached to it. This one's kind of weird. Attacks dealing double damage is a very strong effect. Yeah, I think low A. I'm going to rank it next to Bullet Time. Below Nightmare. Problems with Shadow Step are actually getting your attacks on the following turn. Discard is a bonus, but discard your entire hand, I think, is not usually a bonus. Because, yeah, then you can't retain cards. So it's a bit iffy. I have mixed feelings on this, but being able to double your damage, especially on a 0-cost skill with the upgrade, is still very strong. And because Silent does have a lot of attacks that she can use to good effect, being able to double them is quite strong too. So I think this is still pretty good. We have had a couple runs where this did some good stuff. Phantasmal Killer, but better but worse. That's kind of how I feel. Next up, Shadow Meld. Double your block gain this turn. Upgrades to be 0 cost. How has this card not been nerfed yet? This card is disgusting. Right to the top. Yeah, genuinely, how has this not gotten nerfed yet? If you play multiple copies of this card, for example, with Burst, you further multiply the block. So 2 Shadow Melds is quadruple block. 3 Shadow Melds is octuple block. So multiple copies of this card, or with Burst, this card gets ridiculous. Actually insane. Yeah, quadruple block. So then 4 would be 16, right? Yeah, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. It's pretty insane. Another way you can kind of conceptualize this card is like 0 cost on the upgrade. Enemy does half damage this turn, pretty much. Not quite the same, but close to it, right? And if you think about it from that perspective, it's maybe easier to see why it's so insane. But yeah, it's a little too good, I think. I don't think it should cost 0 on the upgrade. I think that's part of what's overpowered there. Storm of Steel. And yes, this does work with After Image as well. So if you play Shadow Meld with After Image, you're getting 2 block per card. All block from all sources gets doubled. Block Potion gets doubled. Relic Block gets doubled. Everything. Everything. Crazy good. So, Storm of Steel. Discard your hand. Add Shiv to your hand for each card discarded. Upgrades to upgrade the Shiv. Because of the addition of Sly, I think this got better than it was in the first game, but it's still kind of a meme card. Just like with Shadow Step, you don't actually really want to discard your entire hand. You want to discard some of your hand, and then you want to retain the other some of your hand. This can make a lot of Shivs all at once to make Knife Trap work really well. If you have Shiv synergies, this can do a ton of damage. Is it better than Assassinate? I think maybe we'll put it below Master Planner. It's fine. It does have some useful interactions, but it's not great. Why does discarding the entire hand not matter with Calc Gamble, though? Because Calc Gamble gives you something per card you discarded. Well, you draw per card you discarded, so you get a new hand. This gives you something per card you discarded, but they're not real. They're just Shiv cards, right? So you lose all the other stuff. The Hunt. I have no idea how to rank this one. This one is, in theory, very good. Kind of like Feed, except you're getting cards instead of health. But just like Feed, I feel like it's hard to use this in Spire 2. Notably, if you kill a boss with this, you do get an additional rare card, which is quite strong. Yeah, very good if you get it right at the start of the run, because you can build a bigger deck more quickly. If you're getting bonuses per card you add for any reason, this becomes insane. This can definitely break a run. But what is the inherent value? I feel like this has to be somewhere in the B tier. I'll put it above Murder. I feel like it's good, but not game-breaking. And if you can reliably land the hunt, then your deck is already good. Feels weird. Yeah, kind of a bait card. The image on this is the helmet of the Silent dripping with poison. Or no, actually, no, like dripping with goop from a slime she killed. So I think this is the Viscera covering the Silent's helmet, and she's grinning behind it. The goop. All right, next up, Tools the Trade. Start of your turn, draw a card, discard a card. This upgrades to 0 cost, which makes it good. I think this card is actually better than Well-Laid Plans. That's saying something. Is this in S tier? It might be. It's either the very first card in A or it's somewhere in S. I guess I would put it below Burst. Yeah, it seems to be S consensus. This is very good. This is guaranteed activation of your Sly cards. This is look at one more card per turn. And very crucially, the thing that makes this better than Well-Laid Plans is that this is a 0 cost power. And so that's a really strong thing in Spire 2. More so than the Well-Laid Plans. Pretty dang good. Very, very good card. Excellent in multiple copies, although you don't want more than probably 4 of these. And yeah, sick art, too. Look at all these caltrops and stuff. Next up is Tracking. I think this is the last rare card. 2 cost, upgrades to 1 cost. Weak enemies take double damage from attacks. This card is really good. It's like Shadow Step if it was good. The only limiting factor on Tracking is how much Weaken you can apply. So if you haven't found a good Weaken card, then this is kind of bad, but it's extremely good otherwise. Of course, this multiplies with other physical damage increasers. So if you play Shadow Step and you have Tracking, that's quadruple damage. If you add Pen Nib, that's times 8 damage. This multiplies with Vulnerable, multiplies with your Strength, multiplies any sorts of added attack damage, which can make the damage output actually crazy. And yes, Weak is in the starting deck. That's part of what makes this really good, is that you always have Neutralize. So you always have a way to make this do some additional damage. Multiple copies further increase the multiplier. Yeah, so 2 copies of Tracking means triple damage. 3 copies of Tracking means quadruple damage. And again, that's going to keep multiplying with other sources of damage add. So if you have triple damage from Tracking and you add Vulnerable, then you're looking at 4.5 times damage, which gets real crazy real fast. So this is going high A. I think better than Accelerant. That's saying a lot, actually. I'm going to put it above After Image, but below Well-Laid Plans. Very good card. Yeah, very good card. All right, and then that's all of the rare cards. So this is all the standard cards in the Silence kit. Next is a little bonus here. We're going to rank the ancient cards of the Silent, of which we have 2. First one being Suppress, the replacement for Neutralize. You get this from, I believe, Ouroboros. Turns your Neutralize into a super backstab. It becomes an 8, deals huge damage, and applies way more Weaken, upgrading to 17 and 5, which is crazy. This is a good card. How is it as an ancient card? I'm not sure. I actually don't think I've played it with this as an ancient card. I think either low S or high A on this one. I'm going to put it just below Tracking. I think is how I feel about it. Suppress is a very good card. But does cost your boss reward. And the same thing is true of Wraith Form, returning from the first game as an ancient card reward. You gain 2 or upgraded 3 intangible for 3 energy and then lose 1 dex per turn. This was one of the best cards in the game in the first game. But in the first game, there were ways to negate the downside of it, and it was better if you could get multiple copies of it. In this game, I don't think it's as good as it was in Spire 1. I don't think this is an S tier card. This does get better if you have a good damage plan. So, definitely a card you want to combine with a good damage output. So I think it's middle of A. I agree with that. Better than footwork, maybe? Probably. Let's rank it just above footwork. Again, being intangible means all incoming damage is reduced to 1, so this is effectively being invincible for 3 turns, which is pretty dang good. But the problem is that spending 3 energy means you are losing a whole turn to do it. So you're only really invincible for 2 turns. Excellent artwork overall, though. And of course, the more energy you have, or if you can cheat this into play somehow, the better it is. Like with bullet time, for example. So that's every card that the Silent has ranked here in one big list. Again, there's 2 that were not depicted, which is Outbreak, which we put in A tier. Or maybe, was it B? And Sly, which is high A. Somewhere around footwork. If you liked this breakdown, then don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel for more Spire 2 content, guides, tier lists, etc. I will also be including a link to this tier list so that you can directly see the thing on Tiermaker and read all the cards, which can be a little bit hard to see in this full version here. Of course, is very condensed with all the card arts on it at the same time. So I'll include a link that lets you see all the cards. I'll also shrink down our display a little bit so that you can see those cards that are cut off on the edge. Wait. Yeah, there we go. That's still not quite right. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I hope this tier list helped you get better at the game and, or helped you better evaluate the Silent as a whole. Until next time, I'll catch y'all on the flip side. Thanks for watching. All right, chat, that is our Silent tier list concluded. Let me make a permanent link to that. I can only make that an image. Cool, I'll have that later. Was the Gambit a Silent card at some point in beta? I think it must have been, yeah. Yeah, we were using a slightly outdated card list there. Was I evaluating the ancient cards with the opportunity cost factored in? Yeah, because otherwise they're they're top tier cards, right? If you're just comparing them to cards you can take normally, they are better. So they would be S tier both, but they're not because they are in fact opportunity costed. That was our second tier list. So far we've ranked defect cards as well. Not sure who I'll rank next. Not quite sure what to do. But hopefully people enjoyed the tier list content. That is fun to make. Although it does make me very thirsty talking for so long. So it is going to be break time before we play any runs, Twitch chats. Got to refill the legs, stretch the water. Drink some water. Drink a lot of water. So we'll be back in a few minutes to play some actual Slay the Spire. We're going to be doing challenge runs today. Does feel appropriate to try to do one as Silent. But I'll be back in just a few, and then we'll jump into some runs. BRB. Oops. All right, chat. The wait is over, and we are back. The big dog is back. So yesterday we had some successful challenge runs. The run history you're looking at here was our attacks-only defect, which we got working by transforming a strike into Ice Lance, or rather, transforming a defend into Ice Lance. I did not get Regent attacks only. We did get Necrobinder attacks only as well. That was fun. With the Giga Eradicate. And we got Minimalist on Ironclad. That is, we won with a 5-card deck, of which one was a curse. And how's it going, Bleo? We are going to be doing Chants of Sennaar later today, yes. Probably in about 2 hours, we'll do some Chants of Sennaar. So yes, Chants of Sennaar is on the menu today. Wasn't planning on doing any normal A10 runs today. No, I'm going to leave that for Tuesday. Challenge for not playing a single starter card? That sounds hard. Sounds fun. No starters allowed. Huh. Yeah, we might have to add that to the list. So you definitely have to start with non-starter cards, right, for that to be possible? Let's see, poison only is also a possibility. I think we should take a transform 2 here, because we could end up in a poison only situation. That could be fun. We might end up restarting, though. Any use case for wing boots here? I don't think so. Yeah, give me the leafy poultice. Let's see what we turn these into. Accelerant and tactician. Okay, interesting. That's probably a reset. I think I just reset that. Yeah, I think we just reset that. He did. Money? Or I can get 2 random relics. 2 relics is also interesting. give me 2 relics here. I want to see what we start with. Tingsha, Book of 5 Rings, huh? Okay. We're going to start this as attacks only, which is what I'm going to default to here. That's what I'm going to attempt to do today, is attacks only. That is, we're only allowed to play cards if they are an attack card. No statuses, no curses, no skills, no powers. Just attacks. And the goal is to win. Okay. An attack that says discard a card. Here we go. Good. Silent might be the hardest for this. Yeah, I think Silent's going to be tough for this, though. With Necrobinder completed, I'm no longer worried about attacks only being possible or not. I think it's guaranteed possible on Silent. It just might be a little harder than Necrobinder. Oh, what if we get a rock? What if we simply throw rocks at our opponent? Rocks are within the purview of what's allowed, as they are not cards. But yeah, slide cards count as getting played. So the only slide cards we can use are... The only Sly cards we can use are attack Sly cards, like Flick Flack. I can take Flick Flack here. In theory, we want to fight some elites. In practice, can I fight some elites? What is this, by the way? I think I want to go this way. Upgrade 2, remove 2 at 2 shops. That's kind of hype. Although I'd have to go to a 3rd shop. Wait, what? Bruh. Yeah, I'd say Overgrowth is better for this challenge because we don't have to run into the Skulking Colony. We can do more elites in Act 1 with attacks only. Shop maxing. How am I already at 4 cards with Book of 5 Rings? Oh, yeah, because I started with it, right? Oh, wait, no, because it started on 2. I just realized that. This started on 2. Because it counted the strike and defend we added from the large capsule. That's kind of cool, actually. I maybe should have focused on being able to kill this one this turn. Yeah, we could have done better in this fight. I can just rock it, though. Die. Oh, I wish I could take Calc Gamble here. None of these are attacks, though, so we're skipping. Bathe is just really good here. Yeah, Bathe is just amazing here. We can remove one of our unplayable cards and replace it with an unplayable card that automatically removes itself later. So that's just a free remove. And, wait, and because we're adding a new card, that procced Book of 5 Rings, and now we heal. Sick. World's worst lava lamp? Upgrade all card rewards if we took no damage. Yeah, I got bad news for you. I'm going to be taking damage. If only we could play Expose. Strangle is allowed. Is there any potion I can buy here to let me fight this elite? No. Is it ever bolas? No, I think we'd rather remove 2 cards than have bolas. Am I going this way? I'm having mixed feelings. Kind of locked in, right? Yeah, whatever. Okay. I'm going to save my money for the next shop, then. I'm not going to buy anything here. We're going to upgrade... Can I play the Sandpit card? Nope. I sure can't. No, Frantic Escape is not allowed. Ooh. Okay, this is a big deal. Choose a starter card to transform into Peck. Chat gave me a very useful tip last time, which is that you can transform your defend into an attack. I guess we could do Survivor, too. Transform Survivor into Peck. Now it's an attack card. Good. A step in the right direction. Money? Wait. Incredible? Wait, my path is good now. Amazing. Jay Beazle with a Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Yeah, I'm going to upgrade my Flick Flack. Should have removed. It's alright. It's alright. Holy Kafuda! Enchant up to 3 cards with a droid, giving them block. So this is a way for us to make block. Hell yeah. Question is what we enchant. Neutralize for sure. Sad Dorito with the Prime sub in 3 months. I guess probably Flick Flack. And it's got to be Peck for the fun. Also, if we later find the enchanted attacks do more damage, then Peck is actually insane. We'll do Peck, Flick, Flack, Neutralize. Give those all block, and that block benefits from Dex, too. We get the next shop right away. I will remove one defend. Hourglass is tempting, but I think I'm going to save money here. Peck. Acapecco. Whenever we gain gold, gain max health. Not what I was hoping for, but not bad. Another Flick Flack. I like Vuln Potion for the Elite coming up. Or even for the boss, actually. Mailbox actually decent here? True, actually. Although I'm not resting this act, so I don't think I'm going to buy it. Question is, do I want the dragon fruit? Or do I want the remove? We actually don't need very many more removes. Although one more goes a long way here. Let's take one more remove. We're pretty close to being able to spend all our energy every turn at this point. Bird. Peck the bird. Gonna save the dex pot for the boss. I'll Vuln pot here. Bird. Not quite in potion range, that's alright. I think we get to keep the rock. Yeah, we do. Boat! We get block. We love block. And Ricochet is here. Finisher? Wait, Finisher's actually probably pretty good, huh? Attacks only Finisher. That's gotta be good. That's gotta be good. Are Sly non-attacker cards allowed? No. No, they are not. Amazing. Okay, so we can finish her for 3 hits, right? Because we play Strike, Strike, Neutralize, Finisher. So Finisher will deal 24. 24 plus 12, 36. If I neutralize this guy, he dies. Or I can use a rock. I'll use a rock. Also, I meant to dex pot earlier, didn't I? No, I had no block cards on turn 1. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Is it an auto restart if we face the Devourer boss in Act 2? It's a winnable fight, but it's not easy. So 24 plus 15, 39. Perfect. Neutralize you. Strike, strike you. Hit him with a rock. Good. So this now gives 5 block. The dexterity affects the enchantment. It cannot be. We just casually full block the boss's scaling attack. A quaw. This deck blocks better than your regular decks, right? Let's work it. GG. Get packed. Alright, we get mad money. We even get offered a rare card that we're allowed to take, an Echoing Slash, which I think is pretty good here. 10 damage to all enemies. Repeat this effect if it kills any enemy. I'll take it. And we make it to Act 2, which is an important threshold for really any challenge run. Kind of proving we have the basics that we need to get through. Dupe is kind of cracked here. All of our strikes become free. We have 6 of them, so we get 6 enchanted strikes. I really hope we find the lighter. I really want to find the lighter. Hell yeah, give me 6 enchanted strikes. Don't mind if I do. Okay, we gotta go to shops. Brute force shops. Now. Mini cannon would be good as well. Alright, we get to showcase the Echoing Slash. I like it. This will hit everything twice. If Vaku plays a skill, is the run invalidated? Yes. Yes. Oh, why? Why do you taunt me like this game? I don't think I want the Sucker Punch. Although more weaken is desirable, I think the deck is working pretty well. Vaku would never. Oh. I think he's always going to steal Finisher here, by the way. This jerk. So we could remove Finisher if we want to, but do I want to? No, I don't. Yeah. How did I know he was going to do that? He's got a preference for uncommon cards, is how. He prioritizes uncommons. And that was my only uncommon card. These are not attacks. I will take Finisher back. The Merchant. Choose an attacker's skill to enchant with Royally Approved. I actually do like that a lot. Although that would ruin the current path. I can go this way. Ooh, that's even better. Fisticuffs are also here. Fisticuffs seem pretty good. Although that would prevent me from retaining the Finisher, right? Hmm. There's also leading strike here. Yeah, we're a little bit short. That does heal me. Sweet. I think we just be on our way then. Remove at the next shop. We only have one more fight with Guilty here. Once we're down to 2 defends, that's kind of fine. We don't really mind losing. Yeah, I'd rather have more money. I want to make sure I have enough money to afford the shop relic here. Okay, let's proceed. Yeah, good thing I didn't buy that mailbox, right? Who needs to rest? Not me. Also, screw this guy. I'm scared of this fight, so I'm going to vulnerable potion right away. Didn't even have the decency to attack me on turn 1. Cool. Get a clarity extract. More things I can't take. Yeah, just casually full blocking, by the way. Deck is blocking really well. I'm going this way. We're going to fight 2 elites here. Finisher, hello. It's a tempting draw pot. Alright, I'll do it. Okay. Acceptable. Take those. How do I feel about Blessing of the Forge? Pretty good on fisticuffs. Pretty good on strikes, too. Sure. Okay. Sure. And unfortunately, it is B-Guy first, which we're not happy about. Although I am pretty happy about this opening draw. I'm going to go ahead and use all my potions. Perfect. Forge pot this hand. Yes. Yeah, and then we just hit him as hard as we can. Gonna make next turn pretty bad. Maybe I don't play Peck. Yeah, we do 16 damage, but we get 5 more days. I don't think that's worth it to play Peck. I also do block 2. I'm just going to play Finisher here. Skip the Peck. Okay. Just got to do 45 more damage plus the rock. How hard could it be? Smile. Smile. Let's see, that's 20. So yes, as long as I get all 3 of these attacks, we have enough damage, which means we should kill him. Especially with Raw 6 here. We might even kill him before he attacks me again, as long as I get both attacks, but that's kind of unlikely. Oh, I do! Excellent. Okay, good fight. Good fight. That wasn't too bad, chat. Just throw a rock at the B guy. He's not too bad. Bruh. Give me the tracking. I want it. It only took 3 potions. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, mailbox would be good here. I'll admit it. I think I upgrade Echoing Slash, though, for Decimillipede. Okay, Nunchaku. Give me energy for playing 10 attacks. Hell yeah. You're not Decimillipede. You're a guy that gives me energy when I attack you. Oh. Well, that's going to be easy. Hopefully. Block 23. Do I do enough damage to actually make this guy easy, though, is the real question. We're going to get bodied a bit here. This turn's going to hurt. Okay, we got neutralize, at least. Spooky. Okay, really good finisher turn, at least. Okay, we got him. I'm just going to throw the rock now, because I see that I'm not killing next turn. Cool. We get a Touch of Insanity to make 1 card free. Ripple Basin if we play no attacks during our turn. Oh, well, rip. Predator is here. We like Predator. It says card draw on it. I'll take card draw. Yeah, the value. The value. And I definitely want to go to this shop, so I think I'm going to go rest site, fight, so I can rest here. Oh no, not this stupid frog guy. No. He hurts so bad in this challenge. At least we got turn 1 finisher instead of turn 2 finisher. And neutralize is still block positive. Now. I'll still play Predator, right? Unless I always kill next turn. Hold on. How much damage do we have? 12, 19, plus another 12 is 31. So I do have to do a little bit more damage. Dagger Throw might draw that damage, or I can just throw a rock. Can I rock it this turn? Wait. I would have to play 3 attacks, right? No, I only have to play 2. Okay, that's worth it, I think. Nope. Ooh, Echoing Slash with Finisher. Interesting. That's a spicy hand. Just wants to be like Peck, Echoing Slash, and Finisher. Yeah, we just gotta be careful about the big beetle. We don't necessarily want to wake it up by using Echoing Slash, so maybe I just want to Echoing Slash for 1 guaranteed. Yeah, that's probably the play. And then I play 2 more attacks. Do it like this. Cool. How's it going, Drewman? Thanks for 100 bits. Long-time YouTube viewer, first-time stream watcher. But I agree the game is balanced around Ironclad regarding Spire 1. Yeah, I think the first game was designed around Ironclad. They came up with the Clad first, and then they came up with the rest of the Spire. So I think a lot of the initial balancing came from a point where there was only Ironclad. Bailey says, been a long time coming, but now we have almost full path information on the website. Oh, cool. Is that on the exclamation point current page? And click any node for info. Nice stuff. Almost. I'll just throw a rock. Okay, Ricochet is allowed, but I don't think we need it or want it. Skip. Alright, show me the lighter. Flagon. We end our turn with no cards in hand, deal 20 damage to all enemies. I might just buy that anyway, though, because that actually is pretty sick. I can do Flagon, remove a card, and Strength Potion. Yeah, we have to remove the defense if we want that to happen. But yeah, let's buy that. That's a lot of damage. Gold Axe is kind of cool. A bit expensive, though. I don't think Gold Axe is better than the Flagon. And then I think I probably rest going into this jerk. Although there's an argument for fisticuffs here. I'm just going to rest. I'm scared of the boss. Ah. Better than Peck. Okay, attack or throw, flick flag for sure. Oh, I can play everything. Great. Ah. Almost 100 damage on turn 1. We get bonus draw on turn 2. We are going to end turn with cards in hand, though, sadly. Wait, if I draw fewer cards, the flagon works more. Hold on. I'm in? I'm in. Yeah, that sounds like double upside to me. Ow. Okay, sweet. Get him. 20 damage. Stinky defends. And I don't think we can take slots, so we got to go for disintegration and then win fast here. Okay, really good turn. Figure throw, discards, flick flack. Yeah, it's over. It's over right now. Look at this turn. Finisher is 10 times 6. Flagon's going to do 20 damage, so eat the rock, nerd. Actually, I don't even need to, right? No, we heal the full anyway. Yeah, eat the... keep the rock. Keep the rock, and then play Fisticuffs. Excellent. None of these are attack cards, so we skip. And Nonu is here. What's up, Nonu? Apotheosis does nothing. Because I can't play it, because it's not an attack. So we either take 999 gold, or we mark 7 random combats to be free. Unfortunately, I can only go to one shop, but I can go to a ton of events and maybe find another shop. We're fighting the Queen. Unfortunately, the flagon is not going to work on the Queen. So I don't think we even care about the removes that much, do we? But I still think I want the money, because I need a way to get better at Queen. We should be okay up to the Queen. But I need a way to beat Queen, and I think the shop is the money is the only way to do it. Yeah, Queen is currently going to kill us. So we have to get stronger. I'm going to take the money. Lighter would be the simplest way to win. think I still want to go event maxing here. We might need to fight an elite. We'll see. Get the shield first this time. Gonna overthink it. I can't play both of these cards, so do this. Nice. Ooh, leading strike. It's good with finisher mostly. Yeah. Okay, we got a merchant. A full merchant, too. Tent is here. Ultimate Strike is here. Bellows upgrades our first hand. Not too bad. Let's remove Defend. If we can remove both Defends, then we can have pure attack deck. Which is nice. Yeah, I guess I do want Tent. Tropic Brew could be a thing. I think I'd rather have a specific plan with the potions. So it's up. I can't decide if I want Bellows or just skip. Just like with our big opening hand, we want Bellows. You. I guess I'll pay money. I don't want the debt, because I would want to remove the defend. Just divine 3 times. There's a box. What kind of card this is? Snake Bite Plus. Incredible. Oh. Ow. Dupe Pot. Okay, Dupe Pot can do stuff. Another Dagger Throw is good too. Take one more Dagger Throw. Yeah, Dupe Pot on Finisher probably is our best target. Now we should be activating the Flagon basically every turn. Though not actually every turn. For the rock, so my Fisticuffs does more damage, gives me more block. Very important. Acceptable. There should be a Twitch extension for the game. There should be. I think Mega Crit is working on one. Wish that Power Pot was takeable. Or usable, rather. We can use it, but I can't play the cards it makes. I also can't play Slime, so we're in a lot of trouble here. We probably have to potion in this fight. Oh, I should have discarded that and got a rock. That's definitely what I should have done. I'm in danger. Yeah, goodbye our dear duplication potion, probably. Although, how much am I finishing for here? Quite a bit, right? 8 times 6. And we're just kind of cooked after that, right? Yeah. Rock would have been good there. So do I feel like I have to fight an elite? Can I fight an elite without the dupe pot? Mechanite's relatively dangerous. The 3 knights are not that much of a problem. Soul Nexus gonna do a lot of damage. Soul Nexus hurts quite a bit. Might still be worth it, though. Why risk an elite? Because we're not beating the boss. We have to get stronger. So if we just skip everything and go to the boss, we lose the run. That would be why risk it. Yeah, the tent makes the elites better, too. I'm going to go this way. Okay, this helps. +1 strength. Good. More damage. Upgrade fisticuffs. Shop? Yeah, shop. Hello? Yes, shop. I'm gonna Touch of Insanity this Predator. Okay, that's a pretty good turn 1. We're actually quite strong. That's what I just learned. Easy. We get a mango for some max health. We get another copy of Finisher. I'm into that. Upgrade that Finisher. And then rest. Okay, Echoing Slash gonna do really good stuff here. Holy. Pretty good. Boink. Rock better than explosive potion. I'm probably just gonna have real potions. Right? Surely. Reptile trinket? Wait. Wait, that's so good. And a 3rd finisher. Big. Unga bunga. And a Shiv potion, right? We go reptile trinket, Shiv potion. We remove defend. Do we? So the trinket gives us 3 strength for 1 turn when we use a potion. So the idea is we just have to have 1 really good turn. Probably just turn 1. Demise is better than rock, but is Demise better than removing a card? I think we'd cut this defend so that we never brick or draw. We have 46 gold left. Not enough to our potion. Okay, perfect. Plus then we have a really cool deck that actually genuinely only contains attack cards, which I really like. We upgrade the last finisher. And rest. For no benefit. Okay, and how good can our turn 1 be? Somehow I have not drawn finisher on turn 1. Bruh. Please dagger throw into a finisher. Do we start with potions? I don't know if we can, right? Because if we don't get the turn with the finisher, then this is going to be a really bad turn. Yeah, start with dagger throw first. Okay, hold. Wait. Try again. No, no finisher. That is tough stuff. That's really unfortunate. We get shackled right away, too. Now, that's not good. Weaken you. Okay, this is good enough, right? We can use all 3 of them. Yeah, it seems bad, but just watch. Because we get 3 free attacks, right? 16, 16, 16. So the first finisher is 18 by 3. Next one's 18 by 4. Next one's 18 by 5, which is exactly 90 damage. GG. G freaking G. We got him. That's attacks only, silent, complete. Easy peasy. Yeah, with full health. That's crazy. That's crazy. Perfect queen fight. Spartacus Clement with a full year in the Prime sub. We earned that one. Attacks only in the final deck. 0 damage, 2-turn queen. Who needs a turn 1 draw? Not me. Not me. Is this challenge possible on A10? Yes. If everything goes right. But if everything does not go right, you're going to die a lot. We might end up redoing some of these challenges on A10. When I get really bored someday. Triple Boop with 65 months of support. Yeah, my plan was to kind of clear out a bunch of the Ascension 1 challenge runs that I wanted to do, and then move on to A10 challenge runs. It's good stuff. And how's it going, Dark Saint? We did it with Necro yesterday. We had attacks only Necro. That was pretty fun, too. I gotta say, that's the best I've ever had Reptile Trinket be. That was a sick Reptile Trinket. So we've done attacks only Clad, Silent, Necro, and Defect. The only attacks only run we haven't done yet is Regent. I don't even think Regent is that hard for this challenge. So I want to take another crack at Regent attacks only here. On Ascension 1. The Reject. I am allowed to add Niao's Fury. I think Large Capsule's pretty good. We had a win off Large Capsule with Silent. We should try it again with Regent here. Give me 2 random relics. Plus a strike and defend. Oh, or a Calcum. Holy. Okay, wait. That's sick. 6 block a turn every turn is perhaps one of the best for this challenge. We do have to beat Phantom, though. That guy sucks. I might be able to go elite farming like this. We'll see. So, again, we're only allowed to play cards if they're an attack card. That means we can only play Falling Star once per fight. I cannot make more stars. And that makes Stardust pretty bad. Can the 2 random relics be shop relics? No, they can only be common, uncommon, or rare relics. I want to see the day I get double rare relics off Large Capsule. You can get 2 eggs off this, right? Like Toxic Egg, Molten Egg? That'd be ridiculous. Photon Cut I like. Sure, I'll take a Photon Cut. How extremely bold am I feeling? Okay, Celestial Might's been pretty good. Got a potion. I'm going to try going this way. This is a little iffy. But if I want to get access to these nodes, I have to go through these elites now. Yeah, okay. We're going to go for it. I hope this works. Like the pew-pew of Regent's attacks? Me too. He's a cool guy. Wait, we actually just perfected this fight. A perfect hard pull combat. That's a good sign. And there's Solar Strike. One of the very few ways we can gain stars is this card. I'm taking it. Now we can play our starter card a second time. We'd love to see it. Oh, and look who's doing exactly 19 damage. It's me. To these nerds. Oh, not quite. Boo! Okay, big guy's getting killed next turn, guaranteed. This is fine, then. Hit him twice. Not too bad. Collision Course is 0 cost damage. We cannot play the debris that it makes, which is kind of annoying. I'm going to take it anyway. Because I need more damage for the elite fight coming up. Statue with attacks only. Surely this is fine, right? Okay, do I want a Swift Potion here? Yes. Do it now. Perfect. We go Solar Strike, Collision Course, Celestial Might for 11 times 3. There we go. Nice Falling Star redraw, too. Almost got a kill. One more attack on this turn would have killed. But we only take 11. As we get our first elite killed. That's really... Wait. No! Ow. I spoke too soon. We get a completely useless relic, but we get a Heavenly Drill, which I will be taking. Yeah, that was a brutal turn. Now we're in trouble here. Oh no. And I have to take 2 of 8 common cards. Let's hope I can take 2 common attacks here. Yes, I can. Okay. Give me another Solar Strike and another Photon Cut. Thanks. Now I have to beat this thing. That's a pretty good turn 1. Okay, 11 will kill this one. We know we have 11 on top. Kill this one. Heavenly Drill. This one to die? Actually, no, the front one. And then I automatically block this. That's pretty good, actually. Turns out doing a lot of damage is a good way to win the game. Imagine. Nope, don't play that. There we go. No, again. We gotta get these removed. Ow. Okay, we made it. We made it. We get a strength potion, we get a potion belt, we get Kingly Punch if we want one. With double photon cut, I am willing to take Kingly Punch. Playing Ascension 1 because we need more relics? Yes, we do. Do need more relics. Rock. We love rock. Imagine I just take this hit. Bunga bunga. Nope. There we go. Gotta be careful with that card. Step 1, Unga. Step 2, Bunga. Let's see, 19 plus 18 plus 15 is enough, right? Yes. Okay, sweet. Except that's not how math works. I cannot do that much damage because I don't have that much energy. Try that again. 18 plus 15. That is not enough. Only taking 6, though. Will there be Chants of Sennaar later? Yes. Yes, there will. Guess I keep the rock, then. Probably don't keep the speed potion. Crash Landing is probably not a card I want to take here. Seems iffy. Seems really iffy. It's a good finisher. Yeah, what could go wrong? You just gotta get super massive to go with it. Ah, screw it. Let's see how bad it is. Maybe I can get a colorless card. Fisticuffs in particular would be good here. Yeah. You again. Oh yeah, we are fighting our third elite fight. I guess I'll strength pot here. Or fourth elite fight, rather. Wait, that improves fisticuffs, right? If I speed pot? Like an actual use for this potion. We gotta take this hit. Next turn we win, though, hopefully. Yeah, we do. Triple your block. It's better than the speed pot. Can't take these. Is there a card in Silence card pool that is never, ever good or takeable in any situation? I don't think so. No, I said that at the start of the tier list today, that the Silent actually has no bad cards. Feels like a very well-rounded, effective character at the moment. Man, upgrades would be good, huh? I think that's going to be what kills this run, is lack of upgrades at the moment. He also got a bunch of relics, but they're not that impactful. We do have Pantograph. Wait, we do have Pantograph. Maybe I can upgrade Kingly Punch. Alright, I'm going to upgrade Kingly Punch. Or maybe Celestial. Yeah, Celestial hits one more time. That's a good upgrade, too. Alright, now let's die, probably. Because I want this next turn, yeah? And yeah, Phantom got a new background. Bottle Potential works with Kingly Punch. That's kind of neat. But this turn I can Fisticuffs and then Fortifier to block the full 12. I'm probably just going to do that. It's unlikely I will get another chance to block for more. Oh, no, it only blocks for 1. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right, it only blocks 1. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Well, never mind. Just Orichalcum then. We could throw a rock and then do that, actually. I don't think I'm going to do that. Okay, great turn for Falling Star. I might want to Bottled Potential now. Yeah, I don't want to draw these cards again. You could Photon Cut first, though. Okay, let's reshuffle the draw. Nice. Falling Star again into Solar Strike. Solar Strike, that sounds pretty good. Or I could even Photon Cut the Solar Strike on top. Do that, actually. Cool. Nice. Okay, we have him. We can kill him with rocks now. So we win. Guaranteed. Guaranteed win. Probably get to keep all these rocks, though. Crash landing. GG. The Phantom goes down. I will take a bombardment. Start a turn if this is in your exhaust pile. Play it again. There's some fun stuff you can do with this card. For sure. And we're rich, so it's time to get to a shop. Which the map generation seems to broadly agree with. I guess I'll go to this one. Get more events. We get Pale, who offers... Relax... Pale's Legion or Pale's Wing. I think Pale's Wing is the way to go here. That actually makes me want to take a different path. Relics is definitely going to help. The Legion is only going to double block from Fisticuffs, right? So that does something. This is just bad. Give me the Wing. And I think I'm going to lose the Fortifier. Not a useless potion, though. I'm gonna keep these potions. We're gonna go this way. No. Okay. Starting to have a deck that works. Sacrifice. Yeah, Petrified Toad has been doing a lot of work for these runs, genuinely. Oh, wait, I found a use for the fortifier. We can full block the bull bug, the rock bug. Oh, this is great news. I'm doing it. Value. But yeah, currently the run is being carried by Orichalcum, for sure. How does our streamer identify? Male. He, him. Okay, Shining Strike for better Star Gen is an option. Feels like we just want to keep sacrificing, though. Get a T-set. Ooh, Bag of Prep is here. Crush Under can block, but only a little bit. Lantern Bag of Prep is a wombo combo. Probably just buy both of them. Low side in with the Prime sub and 2 months of support. Yeah, easy turn 1 bombardment. Unfortunately, the sticks only work on skills, so we're not going to buy those. Let's remove Venerate. Yeah, I'm buying both of these. Relics galore. Rocks galore as well. Oh, wait. Lantern Drill, the power. Wait, how many rocks does it take to kill? First being hit. This count as a hit? No, okay, I didn't think so. So this is 8 times 8, 64. Can't get it below 64, though. No, I can't kill it. Oh, we're fighting Insatiable? Oh, no. I hadn't noticed that part yet. That's not good. Maybe we should have thrown 2 rocks there. No, we're good. Astral Pulse is takeable, but I think I'm just sacrificing. There. We can reunite. We can reunite the rock with its child. Which is very funny, but that's not what I'm doing here. We're enchanting our drill, of course, with vigorous power, which is going to make it actually insane. So the first time we play the drill, now it's 16 damage X times, double X if it's 4 or more. I think I know how we're going to beat Insatiable here. At least I know how I want to try to beat Insatiable here. Yeah, just draw the drill on turn 1 with Lantern T-set. It'll surely work. How do you drink the potion-shaped rock? That's a good question as well. The damage. Have a rock. Have a block potion. And have a relic. That relic is the parrying shield. If we enter turn with 10 block, then we do damage. How do you get 10 block, you might ask? No further questions, I say. I think we're fighting this elite. Sweet, it's the good guy. The guy who gives us free energy just for playing our cards. We like this guy. I think I'm going to make him weak, though. Sure does a lot of damage. Okay, put Kingly Punch back on top. Thank you. Cloak Clasp would be good here. Okay, good falling star. Should have played this earlier. That's a lot of debris. That's fine. We just use the rocks. Rocks are good here. Great. Good job, rocks. Dead. You get +1 in strength. We love that. That's definitely going to help. Okay. Everything is fine. Give me relics. Art of War. It's a rare relic. Dang it. That could have been Shuriken. That stings a bit. Obviously, that can never do anything, because that requires me to not play attacks, and I don't know why I would ever not play attacks. We're going to rest again. Just don't play attacks, forehead. It's good if you skip your turn. Oh, I have 6 energy here. Sick. Get him. A very good fight, actually. Yeah, the bombardment breaks the Art of War. Rip. Okay, Radiate we can theoretically play. That doesn't make it good. Pocket Watch is good. If we play 3 or fewer cards during our turn, we draw Giga cards on the next turn. You love to see it. Do you love to see the B guy, though, is the question. The answer is no, send help. Nope. Goes on top. I'm just gonna tank this hit. I've already drawn many dazed. Crash landing first, I guess. Three rocks doesn't quite kill, so I'll just block pots. Hit him with a shield. And then we win. Regal Pillow, definitely useful. Kingly Kick Plus does do big damage. But I think we're kind of committed to getting the drill, are we not? A sacrifice here. Nunchaku's got to be good. No, Energy Potion's better. Energy Potion, Flex Potion into the boss, right? Probably just remove a card. Momentum on Bombardment. Wait, that's a thing. Oh, that is a thing. I kind of need Energy Potion, though. Like, Energy Potion is not optional here. We have to come up with a way to kill the boss, and I think Energy Potion has to be that. Energy Potion and Flex Potion together, actually. And then I'm going to remove Defend. Move the weird one. Yeah, if I had more money for the enchantment, I would love it. But I don't think I'm allowed to there. Dick. This looks like a really good turn one. Weakening me. So we want a Solar Strike. Fine. Can I do 24 damage in one turn? Maybe. Yes. Okay, well, that fight was actually free. We get a Gigantification Potion? Okay. Well, I think I know how we're winning the boss fight. He's so cooked. Oh, he's so cooked. Now I can upgrade. I'm going to upgrade the drill. Oh, he is so cooked. Yeah, if I draw the drill on turn 1, it's instantly over. Oh, it's so over. All right. Well, we could have bought the punch dagger, is what I learned here. So this is currently 19 times 12. Which is 228 damage. I think we can do better, right? We instantly kill if I Giga Potion. I don't have to do that, though. Let us Flex Pot. Flex Pot will make it 24 times 12. That's 288. Yeah, that's close enough. Let's just use the Flex. Keeping this for the end boss is going to be really important, actually. Good fight. Good fight. So yeah, to answer the question from earlier, do you just give up if it's insatiable? The answer is hell no. Just kill it. What's up, Nonu? This is fun, right? Isn't this fun? This is really fun. Pretty good fur coat angle here, actually, although Looming Fruit is tempting. This does not feel like a brilliant Scarf deck. They could maybe use it to cheat Bombardment into play. Wow, that's a lot of elites I can fight. Yeah, I think I want the fur coat. So 7 combats get marked with 1 health. Holy. Holy, oh my good lord. What a great path. That was amazing. That's a spicy path. 3 elites for free. We'll have to fight this one. No shops, mind you. I guess I could just go to this shop. Or maybe this shop, and then I don't have to fight that elite. Actually, yeah, that's another option, too. You don't have to get the free elite here. Benefit of this path is you avoid the real elite fight. We definitely want free combats because we can just sack the card rewards, right? So let's go this way. Cool. Giga. Oops. Miscalc that. Thought I had 1 more energy there. My bad. Vulnerable potion? Wait, who's our boss? This guy. Okay, that guy's gonna be tough. Yeah, it's the worst boss for this build, for sure. Ornamental Fan. Hey. We play 3 attacks, we get 4 block, and then my Orichalcum doesn't work? Wait a second. Wait a gosh darn minute. Yeah, I'm still not used to this icon here. Definitely not. Just play more attacks. It's that easy. decent, but I'm just going to keep taking relics, I think. I think it's better that you get to see both bosses on A10. Definitely. Yeah. Definitely. Guess I'm getting a curse. 2 relics or 2 upgrades? I think 2 relics here. 2 relics. Get Fencing Manual, Mercury Hourglass. Those are both okay. Right, and I love the Hourglass fur coat interaction, because it's very funny. Good. Good. Now we have Gorget. That's a nice thing, too. Yeah, blink and you'll miss the elite fight. Boop. Gamma Blast is going to get added to the deck. Centennial Puzzle. Oh, we're the second bar of relics here. Hype. And yeah, I think I do want to go to this shop. Get rid of the curse and stuff. Although, wait. Maybe I fight the elite anyway. Get the extra elite, go to this shop. Yeah, I'm going to do that, actually. I think we can take it. It's not Mechanite either. Good. The 3 seashells. Happy Flowers here, another energy potions here. Take energy pot over rock pot. These are good pots. Definitely upgrade this. Okay. So this will be these nerds. I got Giga Drill on turn 1. Good. I want to spend 4 energy on this. Kill the Flail Knight, probably. That's good enough. Death. I don't think I want a collision course here. Okay. Take the hit. Oh, what? That hit me for 7? Rude. How's it going, Echo? Is this a custom run? No, this is a standard Ascension 1 run, which we're playing with the challenge of only playing attack cards. So this is an attack card only challenge run. They're all ethereal. They all go away. Okay, that was actually not too bad. You get Pendulum. Every 3 turns, draw a card. And we sacrifice this to get another half relic. Yeah, we have so many relics because we took Pale's Wing, which allows me to give up my cards to gain relics instead, which is quite nice. Dead. Crescent Spear is not good here, right? Yeah, whatever. And we do want to go to the shop, not the last free elite, because I can buy more than 1 relic here, yeah. Although, actually, I would get 2 relics from that elite. But they're random relics. First time you play a power attack and skill in each turn, gain a strength index. Yeah, that's nothing. Remove the curse, for sure. And I guess we buy the triangle? We could also buy Whetstone. Just upgrade 2 attacks. Genuinely, that's good. How do I think Pale's Wing compares to Black Star? I like this more than Black Star. Because you get relics pretty fast with this. We allowed to use the plating potion? We are. Yeah, we are. And it works with the Gorget. I still think I want all these potions, though. Can I bonus turn 1 draw? I'm going to take the triangle. Keep these potions. Heal to full so I can upgrade one last card. Probably Fisticuffs? I think Fisticuffs. As we go into the final challenge here, our Act 3 boss. We do get the Giga Drill on turn 1. I can also use it to nuke turn 2, though, right? Maybe that's what I want to do with it. Yeah, phase 2 is going to be the most dangerous here, I think. How much damage can I do turn 1? With 7 energy. Not quite enough, right? We can put it back on top with Photon Cut. Also, don't forget we're retaining our hands here. So I can just keep it. Let's see what this draws. Kingly Punch. Okay, put that on top. Alternately, it's okay right now for damage. Time for math, I guess. Let's do some math. We do 17 plus 28 plus 10. We have 2 energy left. It's 12. Still have 2 energy left. So I can strike for 14. Or I can Sovereign Blade for 21. 21's enough. Yeah, 21's enough. Okay. Yeah, that'll kill. So there is no need to do anything else here. Cool. Yeah, if we're fighting Queen, we'd already have won. If I was fighting Door, I would win right now. But we're not fighting either Queen or Door, unfortunately. We're fighting this thing. And I have to imagine I want to kill it with the drill right now. Let's see. 19 times 10. 190. If I energy potion 1 time. So we're not quite there. I guess Energy Pot and Vuln Pot. I guess so. Yeah, let's do Vuln Energy. Yeah, Rock, come back! Okay, and that gets us Pocket Watch draw, because that was only 1 card. Save this potion for the final phase. Intangible this turn, I was kind of hoping we get to Gamma Blast Bombardment. It's actually quite good. Then I draw a full 10 cards. Get the drill back. So now we go Energy Potion, Giga Potion, Heavenly Drill. GG. That is attacks only done with the Regent. It's done. GG. I've had enough of your skills. Attacks now. We get a badge for attacks only? I wish. Nah, just a self-imposed challenge run. We do get some different badges, though. We get the Elite Slayer for killing 9 elites. We got 25 or more relics. And we did beat a boss without losing health. That's pretty funny. GG. Oh yeah, it was the Insatiable. That's right, we killed the Insatiable on turn 2. without taking any damage. Could have killed it on turn 1, but we didn't. The almighty drill. That was great. Didn't think Regent attacks only would be too bad. Now we get to mark that complete. Excellent. Excellent. So how does one choose to play the beta branch? On Steam Deck, I'm not sure if it's a separate instructions. You want to go to the game in your library, select properties, and then select game versions and betas. You can select the public beta from there. Oh, I should make a new beta command. Yeah, actually, I'm going to update the beta command with instructions on that. Oh, Faylee's on it. Cool. The Zeus, by the way, thanks for the 3 months of support. GG's. GG's to you. I think that's a good time to switch things over to Chants of Sennaar. It's a nice high note to end on, right? Finishing off the last attack-only challenge. Before we jump into that, I do need a quick break here, Twitch chat. Gonna grab a quick snack, get some more water, all that stuff. I'll be back in a few minutes. When I return, it's time to learn more of the language of the alchemists and figure out their counting system. Back in a bit, everybody. Don't go nowhere. All right, Twitch chat, we are back. We are back. And we are switching games here. It's time to go back to Chants of Sennaar, which I've really been enjoying. A language deciphering puzzle game. Time to learn math. Yeah, time to learn different math. Consider doing a tier list challenge where I have to pick the highest tier card on the tier list. Oh, I like that idea. Okay, yeah, we might have to do that. I like that idea. I should have put skip on the tier list then. That's what I should have done. I think I could do Chants of Sennaar with attacks only. I don't think so. You gotta press the button and help that guy, right? That's not an attack. So welcome back, everybody, to Chants of Sennaar. We're currently pretty far into the game, as this is our third session here. If you're completely lost and have never seen this game before, this is a sort of a puzzle game where the main puzzle is deciphering a bunch of different languages. You have to match symbols to their meaning in order to progress through the game, and you kind of get various opportunities to make those associations. Then you have to confirm them in the logbook by matching a whole page full of symbols at the same time. Currently, we're in the land of the alchemists, learning their language. Trying to figure out a secret combination that we need to operate a machine somewhere in this area. Have I played Return of the Obra Dinn? Yes. Yes, so I streamed all of Obra Dinn. I thought Obra Dinn was fantastic, even though it made my head hurt to look at it. Not something I'm willing to tolerate from many video games, but it was worth it for Curse of the Obra Dinn. Return of the Obra Dinn, rather. Great game. Yeah, the logbook does remind me of the way that you confirm your language guesses in this game. Reminds me of the way that you have to lock in hints 3 at a time in Obra Dinn. So there's still a bunch of this language we've yet to decipher, and we gotta go running around and looking at stuff. Looks like we're on floor 2. Let's go back to floor 1. I don't think I actually explored all of floor 1. I am an alchemist. Something you. This is a verb or action. Could be greeting, could be something different than greeting. Priscilla with 21 months. You're very welcome for all the great streams. It was middle mouse to reveal interactable things. Me verb you. Thing plural. It's here. One and 2. Okay, so these are the different sections of the academy. We have a library, the mess hall, laboratory, which I believe is what this symbol is. Laboratory, DD. And I have to imagine these are the other... Yeah, food? And one of these is book house, and one of these is mines. Easy. Library, laboratory, refectory, and mine. It's all mine. Cool. It's depicting something important for the opening of that door. Opening this door is how we're going to get to the next area. I seek something. Want key. It's a new symbol. What? Key open door. It sure does. Yeah, those little orbit diagrams, not themselves symbols too. Oh, hey, we got another numbering thing here. So 1, 2, and they're up. It's upside down, by the way. Have it be not upside down? It's not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think I've recorded some of these. And then we can see the backwards version indicates the ones digit as well. So nice little ruler marked 1 to 20 there. So let's confirm the 2 that we did see. Little squiggly and like sharp 1. Yeah, 9, 7, and 9. Yeah, 7 and 9. Okay. Okay. Might be a schematic for that. Interesting. Why are they crossed out? Okay, that leaves the lab. Back there later. What about here? Okay. Here's the remaining numbers. We have a word for this beast, which has to be one of these other 2 symbols, right? Obviously, one of these is wrong, but one of them is right, also. Rage away the machine. Laboratory 2. Is the lab 2 the one upstairs? Might be. Okay, let's look around for more areas we haven't been to yet. So this used to be Lab 3. Don't think that's what I need. And I shouldn't try to go in here without light. Because of the bad boy. Okay. So return to the labs when we have a way to light the lantern. Yeah, there's both a silver mine and a gold mine. We've definitely been in here before. Take another quick look, though. No need to dodge the rocks again. Getting Prince of Persia vibes? Visually I can see it. Silver mine. I don't think I've gone down these stairs yet, so let's see what's down here. We have a punch card. Nice. Okay, this is probably going to be progress. Oh! This looks familiar. The lighter. And he confirmed our verb is probably help. This seems less confusing to figure out than making a good Regent deck. Fair enough. Ooh. This could be helpful. We get some equivalence here, yeah? Okay, that's going to be the symbol for warrior. This has to be negative. And this must be the symbol for plant. Could correspond to this, too. Looks like we have all the symbols unlocked, so I should be able to decipher this. Should be. Okay, we got a new page. This is plant. This is warrior. This is no. Cool. A teleporter. Brothers, I'm seeking. Brothers, the warriors are not. Expected to give a response. Four, five, six. Yeah, okay. We have all of these now, I believe. Cool. Okay, let's go see if we can use the lighter to light the lantern. The name of this game is Chants of Sennaar. Like C-H-A-N-T-S, chants. You're chanting. Should be listed as our category on Twitch, too. Aw. Chance of seniority. How likely are you to live to retirement age? Easy every time. Okay, we have the active lighting, we have fire, and we have help. Okay, that's helping. This is fire. Confident am I that this is fire? I'm not. 1, 2, 3. Okay. One was 6. Great. Give the other 5 digits of their number system. And yes, they have 0. But what I don't have is the password to this door. So we must go elsewhere, I think. I put away the lantern. Missing one more deciphering page, right? No, we have this one, right? 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. So there's one more no. Wait. Yeah. Oh, there's 4 here. Right. Okay. So we have all of them. I should solve this then. What if I'm not confident in fire? What if we put fire here? Definitely know that's help. Oops. I've tried everything else here, have I not? Okay, yeah. So that definitely means one of these two has to be wrong, which surely is this one. Yeah, I was just looking at that, trying to figure out the generalized shape of some of these. So elements of a triangle. Buildings have like this shape thing to them. Numbers are kind of obvious here. These others, though, are escaping me. Yeah, so a little triangle indicates somebody with a head. So this is probably the beast one. Is this fear, or is this a type of person? It's very unclear. Yeah, I think I need more hints here from the game. Let's keep exploring. Go back to the second floor now. I think we've explored the bottom floor thoroughly enough. Does this correlate to these, or do these correlate to this? We're showing this, right? Transform? No, transform is the above one. Atom? Let's just say atom. This, I think, might be the metamorphosize. No. I swap these. Yeah, I've definitely got something fundamentally wrong here. I could obviously completely brute force it, but I prefer not to. Copper mine is closed. So let's head to the top floor. By the way, what was down here? You say they're closed, but how closed are they really? Oh, that's where we came from, right? Yeah, that's how we got in here. Okay. How's it going, Impossible? Wow, what's up? All right, to the top floor. Yeah, I think this is showing, like, transmutation of some kinds. Yeah, close enough. I think that means it's this symbol, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, one of these has to mean fear, right? That is fear? They'll have something fundamentally wrong. It's this one. We can use this machine to make a key. We have to know the right ratio, though. Any tips for small streamers? Try not to stress too much about your view count. Focus more on, like, just kind of narrating. Keep talking, even if it feels like nobody's watching or you think nobody's watching. Just keep presenting something that people are going to want to hang out for. And that'll help anybody who pops in kind of stick around longer. If it doesn't feel like, you know, you're just kind of waiting for somebody when there's nobody there. Make sure that, first and foremost, you're having fun. That's the number one way to get content, I think, that's worth watching, is to just make sure that you are personally enjoying what you're doing. So find something that you like to do, and then put that out there on the internet and see what people do with it. Oh, okay. It's the laboratory symbol. So we have this note in our hat. This might be the code to the door. Nerdy, yeah, with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. Welcome everybody to the Cozy Sub Club. So this is depicting a number. It's 3, 5, and 9. This, This is 39. I don't know what the 5 means in this case. Let's go back and look at that. I found a book about bards. Good for you. Okay, the fairies. Something the door. Yeah, this is fire. Could be magic or to seal too, right? Say, Nerdy says, been watching me for a bit and love the vibes here. The Spire 2 streams are very insightful and give players a lot of direction. Glad to hear it. Thanks for stopping in, and thanks again for those sub-bomb. Can also be a verb, I guess. So maybe this. Let's try this combinations real quick. Oh, here we go. That's the symbol for fire. This is to make. This is making. The fairies made the door. Okay. Okay. With those locked in, we should be able to determine this now. I think this is the beast. There we go. Okay. Yeah, to transform. A formula. Okay. Completed translation of the alchemist language. And I'm full of numbers. Okay, those other terms were monster and fear. Yeah, okay. Cool. Okay, so we have that. I think we go back to where the monster was. Now that we know the right numbers to press. Or at least we have an inkling. We've been reminded that we knew all along, more accurately. Oh yeah, there was also the number machine in the other lab. Wait, yeah, you're right. Hold on. That only gives me 3 numbers, but we need more than that, right? Got 539. Oh, it's a calculator. Wait. Right? That's what this is. Yeah. Yeah, it's a 4-digit calculator here. So we have a 4-digit number. Yeah, that does give me more sense, right? So if I do this, we just get 1. So hold on. So I do 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus nothing. We can read where all the digits are, right? So this is thousands, hundreds, tens, ones. It was 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that indicates 9305. That's the code. That's the code. Going the wrong way. That was not the code. 5039? Did I do that wrong? Is it 9035? Did I read that wrong on the thing? Wait. No. It should be 9305. Is there an enter button? Hmm. 5039. It's also not it. Hmm. Oh wait, well we should let's wait. I can decipher this determinatively. We have a way to actually do this correctly. What we do is we make the symbol on here, right? So if I go confirm 9305. Look like this. Aha. Okay, that's wrong. So 0 is the second digit? Yes. This is 9. This should be 3. Right, that's the symbol? Yes. Okay, so it should be 5039. That's the code. And if that's not the code, then I give up. No, I don't give up, but I'm confused at that point. Let's try 5039. There we go. Which I already tried. Did I now? Sure doesn't look like I tried it. I found the formula. I found the transformation. Okay, this is crucial. Please record this. Great. Yes. Okay. I have to read these again. Oh, so I tried that combination, but probably what I didn't try was exiting the keypad and pressing it from fresh. That might have been what I did wrong there. Okay, so it's 5049. Got it. So this should be 1405 gold. I'm going to write these down. Yeah, I'm going to write these down. $1,405. Okay. Silver is 0. 0812. I'm just going to confirm that. Yes, okay. And then 0046 carbon. Okay. That should be everything we need here. The great machine we go. He's somewhere around here. Here. Okay, gold. So what did we need here? We need 1,405. 500, 500, 100, 100, 200, 5. Silver. We need 812. 5, 2, 1. 1, 1, 1. And that was a 46 or 48 copper or carbon. Carbon 46. Okay. No copper. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus 5 and 1. This is it. The perfect key. Probably. Yes. Welcome to Stained Glass Window Tetris Land. We have a new language. Of course we do. Dudes. Tower. And then one of these means alone. I guess. That one. Got it in one. People. Exile. Okay. Something exile. How does he do it? What's going on here? Okay, get some new symbols out of that guy at least. Fascinating. Yeah, this all seems perfectly fine. Apex. Very interesting. What's the goal here? Yeah, just figure it out. This is going to teach me some stuff. He was locked. Okay, huge. That's you. This is go. This is help. This is door. This is up. This is death. All these deciphered otherwise? Yeah, I do. Okay. Wait, what does that say at the top? Think tower. That's right. Trying to decipher languages is the core gameplay of this game. Also, walking past ominous faces made of stone that are lasering. Ascend the Spire. Where says exile on it. Oh. Interesting. That's our first time seeing that symbol. In this language. Didn't actually decipher this language entirely. I don't think we saw all the symbols, right? Maybe this is why. Here we go. I see. Yes, of course. Not. Wait. Plural. Greetings. Open. And yes, this is confirmation of fear. Things wrong. Why is it shaded in like that? Oh yeah, because I haven't validated it in this language. That makes sense. Ah. Make create. That's the music one. Okay. That's not music. Cool. One man. Oh, yeah, that's warrior. Yeah, so this must be man. Man. Cool. Okay, useful. The man. They are playing video game. What's that symbol? A box. It's actually not even recorded here. I seem to inspect it. Yeah, nice FPS, bruh. The language symbols for that yet. We have door, but not the others. Teach me words. Perfect. Yes, key. Perfect. Me. Locked here. Seek or to want. This one's a bit trickier. Okay. Line's man. Just this one. Great. Me, we have talk. Actually isn't validated. I don't think I have the thing for key. Definitely didn't do all the warrior language. Yeah, we're full on missing a page for them. That's fine. I don't think I care enough at the moment. I may go back. Great. Verb? Me verb tower. Oh, this isn't a noun. Great. Me verb noun. How's it going, Yellow Yoshi? Keep getting to the boss's cloud on A10 and dying to them. That is a real experience, for sure. That is, I think, going to happen a fair bit. You're going to need both a way to win the fights pretty fast, as well as at least some kind of way to survive at least a little bit while you do it. The damage plan is the primary thing you need to do, and it's secondary for the survival. But you will need a way to stay alive. I think Clad in particular wants to get more relics, so actually, maybe what you might be doing wrong is not fighting enough elites in Act 1, Act 2, or even Act 3. So maybe try being more aggressive with elites in Act 1 and getting more total relics. Okay, this is a distasteful verb. Go away. There's a symbol for go away. It just means go. Okay. The away is implied. He's busy riding a horse. How many elites should we fight in Act 1 or 2 for Ironclad A10? I would aim for 3 elites Act 1. More if possible. Probably more like at least 2 in Act 2 as well. Been avoiding Act 3 elites, and maybe you shouldn't. I think maybe you shouldn't on Clad. That's kind of where I'm landing here. Okay, do I have the words for this now? Now we have key, right? I don't have lock, though. Oh, key open door. Wait. Yeah. There we go. Hello, gamer. Oh. Greetings. You're the one I was waiting for. Oh, I see. Wait. He's teaching me something. this is go up. Make the ascend symbol. Go to me. Come to me. Plural doors. Not me. You. They climb. Doors. Stranger. And beckon. Okay, so they're showing me... Yeah, so this is not and seek this. So yeah, this is whatever not seeking is. Literally opposite. Oh, I can't type all that much. Not seek. And this is not squiggly something. Interesting. So this is go and die combined. Cool. He's got more for me. Okay, yeah. Do not go. Do not die. Oh, I like that that makes it an infinity symbol. So this is to die. Stop. To revive. Not looking for any tips or helping burns. Thank you, though. Plural me is us. Not seeking. More of us. Nice language, nerds. Peoples. We. Disregard. And my people. Okay, so we know essentially everything. Oh. Come. My people built the tower. The gamers. Oh. Foreign peoples came to the tower. Oh. People stopped talking. People feared people. My people left in exile. We are dying. This tower is dying. Oh. I created you. You are the key. Help us. Oh. Make the peoples talk. Open the doors. End exile and revive the tower. Okay, so this is the key we need. people's talk, he says. So I think this relates to the chats that we can have and the teleportation things. I haven't really played around with yet. Gotta save the Spire. Yeah, so these seem to be chats we can have here. But I don't know what to say. I remember where that door even was. Let's go, Nate Drake. Happy preemptive birthday. Whatever the opposite of belated is. None of the alchemists have noticed that the door is open. True. I don't know where I'm going. When in doubt, go up. Seems right. Don't go upstairs. If you go up, the tower will die. Help us. Make the people talk. Okay, so I can get probably the 80% ending by opening the door now. But we are meant to make the people's talk, huh? Okay. That means we need to go back and decipher a language. The warrior language, specifically. Simply say caw-caw over and over again. They'll get it. We have our outfit back. Lizard. Yeah, it's surely not annoying. Oh, like getting warmer though. It's guiding me somewhere. There's gamers in here. Boat. Boat, boat, boat. No, that's, warriors carry the boat. There's a plural warrior carry boats. Okay, yes, that is boat. Confirmed. Cool. Curious. Ominous. Lo, I am exile. Come to me. Come into exile. Power down the exile bot. Thank you. Greetings, you ended my exile. My people will revive the tower. Okay. It was a sci-fi game all along. True. Alright, we should still look around for the words that I didn't learn, though. Yeah, at least we don't have to do all the sneaking around afterwards. That's nice. is yapping a bit. Warriors await something but the Chosen. This marked as Explore. It might mean, like, instruction of the Chosen. Missing the one that has boat on it. Okay, we haven't even been down here, I think. Or maybe I have? Down? Boot thingy. I had that marked as Explore. It's to build. Spire. Oh, that's probably this, right? Fortress. Boat. Fortress Treasure Call. Okay. We have the last four symbols. I just don't have the page for some reason. Why don't I have the page? Weird. Yeah, I should get that page here, right? Okay. Great, thanks. Not music. Great. Great. Learning. Double learning. Alright, I did miss a little bit here as well. I'm not motivated to currently go seek out. It was not music. The instrument that makes the music is not music. Yeah, instrument. Instrument is not music. Confirmed. The mandolin from which the fumes are emitted. Correct. Like an oven is not cookies, even though you might put a picture of cookies on the oven. Fortunately, I don't remember where the closest teleporter is, so we're just gonna wander. There's one up here, though. That's unfortunate. Part of the tower did I enjoy most? I liked the alchemist section the most, I think. They are my people, that's right. I don't know where I'm going. By the treasure room, okay. This way, then. Dark area here? The light, though. Get from here. Great. Alchemists want to help the monster. The alchemists are afraid. The alchemists don't want to die. Plural warrior. Help. Plural alchemist. No. Looks like I don't actually need to do this. You help me. Plants are dying. I don't want plants to die. Even a symbol for me in this language? Yeah, me. Help. You. No. If I say the same thing that he's saying. Wait, is it that simple? Let's translate what he says. You help me. Okay, wait, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just helping him talk. Okay. Plural plant. Death. No. Plant, plural, death. Me. Not. Yeah, me not. Want. What do I want? Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, hold on. I will help you. I will create a formula. Formula. Let's make create. Potion. Yeah. We'll make God. Something has changed in the tower. Excellent. He's got nothing to say. Okay. Okay, we're going to keep looking for where the glowy key needs to be taken. But I do need a quick bio break here at Twitch chat. Gotta use the bathroom real quick. So I'm going to leave you with a little fun music on this screen. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes for more puzzling. So BRB. Orbital Pong is happening. That's right. That's right. Not that way. The alchemist is here. God has huge hands.
Hey.
What's up, broski? This is a chosen. Would be a devotee. Overseas, right? Yeah. Sure. Look set. Potion. There we go. I am exile. Oh, wait, what? Oh, there's a demon robot. I thought that was me for a second. Are you afraid to die? The people of exile do not die. You helped me. I will help the tower. I will speak to people. Yappers of Sennaar. Alchemists want to help the monster. Impure ones. I do wish these were organized better for this. Yeah, there's not seek death. Warriors are not afraid of the impure. Oh, no. Plural warrior. Not fear monster. Plural, not fear monster. There we go. Plural's after in this language. So warrior, plural. Help. Scientist, plural. All coming together. See this before? Oh, hey. And plural. Men of the Abbey are free. Freedom. No. This is freedom. Abby. Think about Abby. Perfect. Yeah, Abby. Fortress. There we go. No? You mean no? Okay, I've done something wrong. Sure about man. What else is wrong though? There we go. Did I post the silent tier list anywhere? Not yet. No, I haven't finished the stream yet. Okay, cool. That's incorrect. Go. I like your tiki face. This is the theater. Comma, the bards enter. Or go. Nice. First try. Head from robots. Oops. Have to go the other way. Quite. There we go. Don't stop me, I help the people. I will end exile. Yeah, I played Obra Dinn. Thought it was great. Brothers, I'm seeking. Me? Seek? Brother, plural. Where's warrior? Yeah, warrior, plural. Not brother, plural. Find a book. Book. Me find. We are brothers. B. Okay. Yeah, brothers. We be. That should be me. Plural B. Yeah.
Oh.
Brothers we are. E plural. Brother plural. We're bros. Right. And yeah, was there a translation here? There was, okay. I salute the man. Oh wait, no. This is your backwards language. Man, me greet.
Hell.
Men we are not. Me. Not. Hot, not. Not man. Three we are not. It's Mimi. Not free. Concept of freedom.
Uh-huh.
Abby is free. Free Abbey is. Come to Abbey. Brilliant. Is there a translation here that's indicating? Yes, another one here. The impure ones don't make music. Yeah, we're translating. That's right. So what are the impure ones? Man, no. Go. No? Who are the impure ones? Okay, the devotees are impure. They don't make mandolin fumes. Devotees create music. Warriors love music. Time to jam out. Okay, and here we have a translation and a thing to find. JSam TTV with a Prime sub and 4 months of support. Yeah, she had that guitar ready to emit fumes.
Ew.
Warriors love music. Love? Yeah. Come to the fortress. Fortress chosen come. Or Bard. They call themselves Bard, right? Bard. Go.
Oh.
Chosen. Wait, reset. Backspace does not work here, by the way. Plural chosen. Instrument. make music. The fortress bards will come. Plural chosen. Go fortress. Looks like we're still immersing a vertex or something. Well, let's follow the beeping. Books. Not just books, but 6 books. He seems very angry. Zip zaps. Easy. You're a stranger. You are not of my people. I will stop you. Wrong. You help my people. There we go. Now that looks correct. Looks correct.
Oh.
Let's see if we can climb the tower now. Still ominous, though. I kind of thought this would be powered down. No warning to stop me this time. Era visits with a tier 1 sub in 9 months. Thank you, thank you. Evil robots. He did stop me, I guess. Ow. Did. Game over. We gotta restart. No, we're fine. Just a minor electrocution. We're still good. We're still good. Get tasered. On the other side here. I'm neither loud nor a fool. Face me! Let's just go back here. Had to know if that staircase was different than the other staircase. Yeah, I gotta know, right? You gotta know. Just being thorough. Beep boop. Bruh. The end. Sad ending. But why? Or is it? Languages 7 through 8,000 unlocked. Now we have to decipher everything. Okay. What do you mean? Scrambled. Come here. Follow the child. This time can't stop me because I can't read. Exactly. I'll say exile. Exile. Pure One's making music. The call. I'm back here. Idiot you are. Let me in. I hate comedy. And bridges. I don't like you. You're a monster. You're a monster. You're a monster. Go up. Yes, child. Sit back and watch the show. Like the play, but without the words this time? Mysterious. Yeah, the musicians aren't feeling it either. Ta-da! Okay. There's no books here. The path the idiot bard sought. path the idiot bard found. Have to complete the unreadable phrase, I think. So it should be alchemists the idiot bard found. Yeah, I found the alchemists. Okay. Do you have a word for alchemists? I believe brother. Easy. Got it in one. Exile. Okay, so we're looking for an alchemist phrase. Presumably something that's incomplete. Somewhere around here. T's seeking God something up. God speaking to men. There's nothing here. Interesting. This is getting more convoluted and I don't like it. Alchemist making a potion. No journal run of this game? Sounds like an interesting little challenge. You're not allowed to have anything locked in or confirmed. Make. Formula. Yeah. Oh, hello. Friend. Why are you able to run in the light? Follow the child. No. Clicked on the stairs. There you go. Yeah, what in the Scooby-Doo is going on here? Where I meant to go here. Pipe, I guess. The lever. Wrong lever! Beep boop. Was I in that the whole time? Mysterious. It was me? Greetings. You stopped exile, you revived my people. Exile is dead. Has it been done? The Spire sleeps? Okay. Now it's offline. Go up. You open the doors. You revived the tower. Oh, I see. So that was our freeing ourselves from exile. We never actually ascended the tower for real. But now we can. But that makes sense. When the robots came out and zapped us. First they zipped, then they zapped. Beep boop. Duty. So showing the people that their true purpose all along was to talk to each other and communicate with each other. Only by the intersections between the points you get the good stuff. GG. Very cool game. Thank you for joining me on the journey that was Chants of Sennaar Twitch chat. This was a fun little experience. Cool to play through all the way to the end. I liked it. Guess I'll have to come up with something else to play on Saturday next week, because we are officially done. Pretty cool. That means we can free up the schedule for XCOM. Brilliant. Armoric says you can climb the tower before you get all the dialogues. That's, you get a bad end similar to the one where we get zapped. That makes sense. Plays the credits over the rainfall as you look over the edge with different music. Cool. Very cool. Sennaar is the Greek name of the location of the Tower of Babel. That also makes sense. Yeah, we actually already streamed Disco Elysium Short the Spire. That was a Game Boat winner a while back. So we have played Disco Elysium on stream. Made with Unity, huh? Good stuff. GG. Well, that was Chants of Sennaar, Twitch chat. And that is going to be the end of our stream, the end of our playthrough, in fact. We're going to be back at it on Tuesday at our usual start time with more Ascension 10 runs in the Spires. What we'll be doing on Tuesday. See if we can get another win streak going. Catch you later, Shart the Spire, Armoric, Zavern, Dollar Cave Schlub, Destined to Rule, Pashka Greatus, and everybody else. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, my friends. And I'll catch you all next week. Stay cozy and have a very good one. Toodaloo. And night, night. Ta-ta.